Alright, mic testing, mic testing. Okay, perfect. I'm going to. Alright, we're live, we're live. So, what are we going to be doing today? Well, last stream I went through, let's see, basic game logic. Yeah, I can't talk right now, guys. Ignore me. Let me just drink some water. Yeah, I'm not warmed up. Okay, there we go. Last stream we went through collisions. So, basically, what is a collision? When one object touches another object, that's basically called collision. They collide together. But today, last year I went through like the basic collisions like rectangle and circle. This stream I'm going to be going through those basic collisions as well, plus some basic game logic. So without any further ado, let me go here. Okay, go here. Chicken some audible, get sensei. Okay, let's say sensei. I'm live. And guys, if I can't talk properly, ignore me because I'm not warmed up yet. Okay, listen up, soldiers of code. Today, Vivek enters the battlefield of collision detection and game logic. This is where your game either becomes a well-forged blade or shatters like a cheap glass. No more floating shapes that passes through each other like ghosts today. We make them hit, crush, and die. Okay, Vivek, steal your mind, and I'm about to walk you and review your viewers through everything rect collisions, circle collisions, and the scared art of game logic. Okay, let me just say, ready. Here, how you doing, Sisha? Appreciate you joining the stream. Your stream didn't really pop up at first, so I'm as early as I could be. I appreciate you joining on the stream. Okay, good then, listen carefully. A game without collision and game logic is just a fancy screensaver. Collision tells you when two things meet. Okay, game logic decides what happens after. Step 1, rect collisions. You already know pygame.rect. X-axis, Y-axis, width and height. Wrap your player, okay, enemies, bullets, whatever in rects, okay. Use dot collide rect to check overlap. If player underscore rect dot collide rect enemy rect, so if our player's rectangle collides with our enemy's rectangle, print hits. Step 2, circle collision. Circles need math. Lucidine's distance. Okay, I did have that. Like, it was a bit hard to like memorize that, so I did add that formula in my moderator over here. Okay, so it's basically this formula. It's like to check collision distance equals, this is for circles, so distance equals to x2 minus x1 to the power plus y2 minus y1 to the power of 2 if distance is less than or equal to radius 1 plus radius 2. Okay, so that's gonna be handy. Okay, so circle needs, I still can't pronounce this. Is it pronounced as Euler-Lagrange's distance? Okay, so we import mass distance equals to math dot squared x2 minus x1 to the power of 2 plus y2 minus y1 to the power of 2 if distance is less than or equal to radius 1 plus radius 2, print boom. Step 3, game logic. Here's the real meat. Collision alone just screams hit forever in your loop. 60 FPS spam. Game logic decides the aftermath. Lose health, destroy enemy, increase score, endgame. We solve this with state management. If player underscore rect collide rect enemy rect. Okay, so if my player's rectangle collides with my enemy's rectangle and not player dead, and player dead is not false, which means true. Player dead equals true. Print you died. Okay, that was a little confusing, but we'll get to some practice questions. Okay, that way it only triggers once. So like now your training begins. I'm going to throw you a broken collision code for rectangles, and you're going to fix it in front of your viewers. Ready for the first broken code? Honestly, sensei, I might do a instructional based question first. Guys, ignore my typos. Might do an instructional based question first. Okay, let's see. Dude, I'll test your brain before your hands. Here's your instructional task. Build a small PyGame window with a blue player square you can move with arrow keys, a red enemy square fixed at the center. If the player collides with enemy, print collision detected only once, then stop the game loop. No hints, no training wheels, coded clean from scratch. Okay, enemy squares, right? Alright, let me get Sensei here. Da-da-da. Okay, let me start off by importing PyGame. Okay, and then let me add an FPS. Actually, first let me go with pygame.init to initialize pygame, and then create a clock variable. Set that equal to pygame.time.clock. Okay, and add a comment that says FPS because that's my FPS. And then let me go with my display. So display. Okay, so I'll create a variable called screen. I'll set that equal to pygame.display.set set underscore mode. Okay, so my mode is going to be a tuple of 800 by 600. 800 by 600. And then let's add a caption. So I'll go with pygame.display.set caption. Okay, so my caption is going to be display. My caption is going to be something like, let's see, square collision. Okay, and then let me go ahead and make my player's details. So I'll add a comment that says player details. So for my player's details, since it's a rectangle, I could use my player.rect. I mean, yeah, player.rect, pretty sure is that. So player equals to, actually, is it pygame.rect? Pygame.rect. Yep, it's pygame.rect. Okay, now I need to set my x-axis. I don't know, I'll set it as, since it gave me such a vague detail, I mean such a vague instruction, 100 by 300. Actually, let's keep it in the center of the screen. So I'll go with 400 by 300. Okay, and then my width and height, so I'll keep it as 50 and 50. Okay, there we go. And then my enemy details, so let me go with, actually, NPCs details. And since we might have more than one NPC, I will go with a list of dictionaries of my NPCs. Let me go with NPCs equals to a list of dictionaries. Okay, my NPC's x-axis is gonna be 100. Okay, that's my NPC 1's x-axis, gonna be like 100. My NPC's y-axis is gonna be, I don't know, 300. Yo, let's go. How are you doing, Mohammed? I appreciate you joining the stream. Let's go. Yo, Mohammed, I appreciate you joining. Okay, I guess you predicted what I was gonna say. Alright, so let's go with a NPC. Actually, let's just go with velocity. Okay, velocity is gonna be the 5 pixels per frame. I didn't add my player velocity. I might add that as well. So player underscore velocity equals to, let's keep it to 8 pixels per frame. Okay, velocity of my y-axis. Actually, let's go with x-axis first, and then I'll have to add a velocity for my y-axis as well, because if you want to automate objects, you'll need an x-axis and y-axis velocity, unlike your player who moves using keys. Okay, so 5 pixels per frame. It's not a circle, so I wouldn't need a radius. Let me add a comma here, copy that. I don't know, maybe I'll add 3 NPCs, because why not? Okay, let's change x-axis to 200, change that to 500, change that to 600, maybe change that to 0. Actually, let's change that to 700. Alright, so, okay, that's basically it for my NPC details. Now, I gotta iterate over my list of NPCs for getting specific NPCs, but before that, I'll have to draw. So, let me go ahead, actually add a while loop. Okay, actually first a is running equals to true. Now let me add a while loop. So while is running, while my is running is set to true, let me add my FPS. So my clock variable dot tick is gonna be 60. I'll add a comment that says FPS, and then let's go with event loops. Now I'm gonna iterate over all my Pygame events. So for every event in my Pygame dot event dot get, okay, I'm gonna look for a specific type of event. If my pygame dot event, actually if my event dot type, if my event dot type equals to pygame dot quit, I will set my is running to be equal to false. Okay, and then let's go and add a few graphics in my game. But before that, let me add a space and go with pygame.display.flip. Honestly, flip is the same as update. I'm getting used to using both. Last stream I used update a lot. This stream I might as well use flip. So pygame.quit. Okay, there we go. Okay, now let me go ahead and add my graphics outside my for loop. So let me go with player graphics first. Player graphics. So for my player graphics, yeah, and I'm getting used to like typing it myself instead of just like typing is and then just hitting enter, so my running automatically a sprint. I'm trying typing it myself. Let me go with pygame.draw. I'm drawing a rectangle, right? So rect. Okay, so my surface is going to be my screen. My color is going to be what color? Does it specify a color? Okay, there's no colors. I guess I got to do everything from memory. I don't know. I'll go with blue. And then a tuple. Actually, I won't need a tuple because my player already has my x-axis, y-axis, width, and height. So let me just go with player. Okay, there we go. Now let me go ahead and make my NPCs graphics. Okay, so for this, I'll have to iterate over my NPCs. So for every NPC in my list of NPCs, let me go ahead and write something. Honestly, okay, so now I iterated over all my NPCs. Okay, I'll go with pygame.draw.rect. Okay, so I want to draw on my screen. Let my NPCs be, I don't know, black. Okay, and then my NPC at index x. Okay, so that's going to be my NPC's x-axis. So I'll have to give my x-axis, y-axis. So NPC at index of y-axis, and then NPC at index of let's see, velocity. Now I wouldn't have to write velocity. X-axis and y-axis is all I need because it's a rectangle. Okay, I'll need width and height. Never mind. So NPC at index of width and NPC at index of height. Okay, why is this wrong? I mean, not wrong. It's X. Why am I getting an arrow mark here? Expected type rect sequence like float. Oh, okay. It might be because the two of them need to be in a tuple. There we go. Okay, perfect. So we got all our NPCs. I don't even got to type every single NPC manually. This is awesome. Alright, now let's go ahead and add my NPC automated movements. Okay, let me go with my NPC at index of x. So my NPC at x-axis plus equals to, let's see, this should be a lowercase x. Okay, plus equals to my, which project you're trying to build now. Honestly, I'm trying to work with game logics. This is I'm just trying to like move my, and I'm just trying to automate my rectangles. I did that previous stream as well, but more practice is pretty good. And then I'm going to be adding some game logics, like if players collide, it says boom, maybe end game, and like score points and everything. I'll try to get all those things done at this stream. Yep, I got my oats as well, so I'm energized. So velocity at x-axis. Okay, so it says velocity x-axis 5 NPC plus equals to alright, let me actually go here and add a x-axis. And next up, I might need to add a y-axis one as well. So NPC NPC automated movement y axis. Okay, let's see. Let's go with NPC at index. Okay, so now y axis plus equals to my NPC at index velocity underscore y. Did I have my velocity x here? I did. Okay, let's see what's the error. NPC can be undefined. Name NPC can be undefined. Isn't this how we do it? We plus equal it. I iterated over them all. Okay, we'll see. Let me go ahead and add my player graphics. I mean my player movement as well. So I can go here and add player movements. Okay, so for my player movement, let me go with PyGame. Actually, keys. So keys equals, so I'll create a variable of keys also that equal to pygame.key.get underscore pressed. Okay, if my key is pressed, if my key at index of pygame dot uppercase k underscore, let's see, actually this should be keys. Okay, if my keys at index is let's see, let's go with left. Oh, I spelled pygame wrong. There we go. Okay, if it's left, this is gonna be my, actually yeah, if it's left, let's do some things. So my player, okay, my player underscore velocity is gonna plus equals to 5. Okay, I have 8. Actually player's x-axis. So my player at index of x-axis or player dot x-axis plus equals to my player underscore velocity. Okay, there you go. This makes sense. This makes sense. Okay, next up, let's go with if my key at index of pygame dot key dot get pressed. Actually, not get pressed. So my keys at index of pygame dot k if it's right. Okay, my player dot x-axis minus equals to my player underscore velocity. Okay, and then if my keys at index of pygame dot k is down, okay, this should be keys. Okay, so player dot y-axis is going to be plus equals to player underscore velocity, which takes 8 pixels per frame. Then the same thing with down. So if my keys at index of pygame dot k up, if my key is up, or my player dot y-axis is gonna minus equal my player velocity. Alright, that's basically it. What happens if I run it? I might get an error real quick. Okay, key error width. Key errors width. I'm pretty sure this is the place where I'm messing up. Okay, now why do I mess up with this now? I had this exact error yesterday. Yo, how you doing, Dev Mindset? I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, let's see. NPC's width. I have my NPC's width. Is it that it takes my NPC's width first before my NPC's x-axis? Oh, that actually might be the case. NPC X, NPC Y. Did you learn random lib? Honestly, I didn't have much time yesterday. I was really exhausted, but today I might learn that because I was actually trying to master my collisions first before I moved on to the next topic. But let me actually check what random lib is. So let's go here. What's random lib? Oh, random library. Okay, I'm pretty sure I did learn about the random margin. The random margin in Python is used to generate pseudo-random numbers for various distributions. It provides a wide range of functions to generate random numbers, select Python elements from sequence, shuffle, sequence, and more. The core generator used by Python is Mersenne Twister, is that how you pronounce it? Which is known for its speed and extensive testing, key functions, and user generating random numbers. Random.random. Okay, I honestly did learn about these random functions. Like random.random is a random integer between number A and number B. So this could be 1 and this could be 5. I'll get a random number. Random.uniform. I didn't learn about this. Returns a random float n such that a is less than or equal to n, which is less than or equal to b. Okay, I didn't learn about that. I learned about random choice sequence. Returns a random element from the non-empty sequence. Okay, random choice, population. I learned about the random choices as well. And I learned about random shuffle. I didn't learn about the random sample. I didn't learn about guess, and I didn't learn about expoate. Is that how you pronounce it? Honestly, I might go through like those functions as well, like after the stream. Okay, I'm doing a small mistake here. What if I just delete this for now? Okay, hit enter. Let's just run the command. Key error with width. It says I have a key error with my width. Okay, so that's height. Key error, so it should be somewhere here, right? These are supposed to be my keys. So keys, PyGame.key, x plus equals to player velocity, right minus equals to player velocity, PyGames.key. Okay, let me actually delete this for a second as well. Check if I still get the error. I still get the error. PyGame.draw.rect NPC's width. Oh, isn't that named as width? Width is supposed to be 50. NPC width. Wait, this is my NPC's width. So PyGame.draw.rect green flag. This is my rectangles, x-axis, y-axis. I didn't add a width for my NPCs. I didn't add a width and height for them. Oh my gosh, I'm so stupid. Okay guys, my bad guys. Let me go with width. So my NPC's width's gonna be, let's say 40 pixels. Okay, so width is going to be 40. Let me copy that. Actually, add a comma as well. Now copy that. Okay, paste it here and paste it here. Okay, now I'll need a height as well. Let's go with NPC height. Actually, just height. So my height is going to be 40 as well. Let's keep it a square. I'll go with 40 and a comma. Copy that. Paste it and paste it. Okay, let me add a space there, remove a space from here. Actually, no, I might add a space here. Okay, there we go. Maybe do that. And okay, actually, you know what? Never mind, guys. I don't want to waste much time. Let me just add a space everywhere. Okay, now it's gonna work. Now I can. Let me copy that. Okay, now add a bunch of Control Z's. Okay, Control Shift C, and then paste it here. Control V. Huh. Okay, what happens if I run the file? Run the command now. Wait, there's an error real quick. Let's see. Indent expected. So indent. Didn't I indent something somewhere? Indent. Wait, I'm pretty sure we have to indent our comments as well. Never knew that. Indentation error expected and indent blocked after if statement line 41. Wait, my for loop is here. Oh, okay, this should be indented inside my for loop because Honestly, I don't think it should. Okay, while is running, here's my... Oh, I might have to indent this. There we go, there we go. Wait, let me just control 0 quick. Okay, yeah, because... Okay, the reason it didn't work was because I was trying to access my NPC, which is outside my for loop. Okay, that was kind of stupid. Huh, what's up with the comments? Why does it give me an error there? Okay, let's just get it here. Okay, now if I run the command. Indentation error, line 41. Should I indent this like this? This doesn't make any sense. Indentation expected after if block. Okay, let me control Z that. It said indentation is expected. I don't think that I need an indentation. Okay. Right now it says everything is correct. Indentation expected. Okay, so after my if block, I don't gotta indent anything. Oh. Okay, my bad, guys. Y minus equals to player underscore velocity. There we go. This should work. Type error, rect argument is invalid. Okay, which rect? I have multiple rects here. X-axis. So this is the first rect. Rect color is black. X-axis, Y-axis. I have a width and I have a height for my NPCs rect. Spelled correct. Spelled correct. That's X-axis, Y-axis, width and height. For my player, this thing is gonna get access. Player.rect. Should it be .rect? I'm pretty sure not. Where did I mess up? Like, this is supposed to be pretty easy. Oh, okay, they literally showed me the line. PyGame.draw screen black NPC with this whole line is wrong. Line 46. PyGame.draw.rect. Surface screen color black, NPC X, NPC Y, NPC's width, and NPC's height. Isn't this the format? X-axis, Y-axis. Let me actually check the reference code from here. When I did it here for my NPCs, well, it was the exact same thing. Since it's a square, I wouldn't need this thing. Actually, honestly, I feel like there's one thing. Okay, I think in squares, I shouldn't add it in that, and instead, I should add it here. Okay, so I'm pretty sure it should all be in one tuple for rectangles. Okay, there we go. Whew. Okay. Alright, so for circles only it goes outside, rectangles it's inside. Okay, next up. Before I draw my graphics, I gotta add the fill, so screen.fill. Let me go with screen.fill. Let's fill a good gray color. 200, 200, 200. Okay. I see. Okay, let me keep this above my players. Let me copy that. So here. Okay, now I can see my objects that move and my object here. Okay, that's control. I always mess up. So up goes up, down goes up. My right key goes left and left key goes right. So I should change this to minus and this to plus. Okay, that should do the trick. Okay, perfect. Oh, that was a little hard. Okay, now let me exit my for loop. It should be outside my for loop. I'm going to be adding a bounce motion. It should be inside. Now mind. Let's add a comment that says bounce. Okay, so for my bounce, my NPC moves on its own. Let me go with an if statement. So if my NPC at index of x-axis, so if my NPC is x-axis, x-axis is less than or equal to 0, or and I'm going with my left wall and right wall with this. So this is my right wall, and I'm going to add a condition for my left wall. Or my NPC at index of x-axis is greater than or equal to 800, which is my display, my window size, minus, let's see, minus my npc at index of width. Okay, I misspelled it. There we go. If that happens, let me add a comment that says right and left wall. Okay, perfect. Okay, if that happens, I will do something. My npc at index of velocity, okay, at index of x-axis velocity, so x velocity is going to be asterisk equals to -1, which means it's going to be switching or like converting my +5 velocity to a -5. Okay, now let me add that for my y-axis as well. So if my npc at index of y-axis is less than or equal to 0, this is going to be my top. Yeah, it's going to be my top, or my npc at index of y-axis is greater than or equal to 600, which is my vertical display sign, or this is got horizontal. I'm going to minus my npc height. Okay, so if my npc at index y-axis is greater than or equal to 600 minus my npc's height, which is going to be my top and bottom, I will do something. npc at index of my y-axis velocity is gonna be asterisk equals to -1. Okay, this should add a good bounce movement. Type key error y velocity. Isn't that how I spelled it here? Oh, no mind. Guys, this is one thing I yeah, let me just copy that. It should be written like this: velocity x, velocity y. Wait, isn't this like the same thing that I wrote? Okay. Line 59. Module npc key velocity asterisk equals to -1. Doesn't this multiply it? Key error. Velocity. Why did you give me a key error? Yo bro, how are you today? I'm doing good. How are you doing? Next level. I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, let's see. It says a y underscore velocity asterisk equals to -1. I'm getting a key error. Line 59. What if I didn't have this whole line? I'm pretty sure it would still give me a key error. Yeah, 57. My asterisk equals to -1 is wrong. I'm pretty sure it should be asterisk equals to. Let me just check. Okay, so for my. Wait. Was I doing changes in my wrong? Okay, never mind. I thought I was doing the wrong stuff. Okay, so actually, if I go to my main file, I had my npc bounce. It's gotta be asterisk equals to -1. Am I messing up the positive and negative? I mean, I can't mess that up. npc. Oh, okay. npc at x-axis, npc at y-axis. Okay, that's my npc's x-axis and npc's y-axis. Velocity x, velocity y. My velocity x, velocity y. If my npc at x-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my npc at y-axis, actually at x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 minus npc's width, right wall, left wall. Okay, what if I did this without adding an r? Copy that, delete that. Okay, let me go with my npc at x-axis equals to 0, and my npc at velocity asterisk equals to -1. This is the manual way of typing it. If that my npc at x-axis. Okay, my NPC at x-axis is gonna be equal to 800, and copy that. This is the manual way to write it. I want to just see if it works. I mean, not the manual way, the longer way to write it. Okay, key error. X value NPC x asterisk equals to -1. Maybe I go here. Let's check this. This is gonna work. Okay, maybe not. Alright, we are going to definitely figure this out. Just let me see where am I messing up. Let me go with a bunch of control Z's. Okay, bunch of control Z's. Okay, there we go. Maybe drink some water to jog my memory. Key error. What are the main reasons of me getting key error? Okay, what could the reasons be? Maybe let me eat some oats for my brain to work. Okay, could be because is this indented? Okay, it's indented inside of my for loop, so I can access them via their index because I have a dictionary of my NPCs. NPC at x-axis asterisk equals to -1. It should honestly push them up because I had the exact same thing by this file and it pushes them up. I had a list of my NPCs as well. I did have negatives and positives. I don't think that's gonna make a difference, but I did have those. NPC movement at x-axis, NPC at x-axis plus equals to velocity. I have NPC at y-axis also plus equals to NPC velocity. Then I have a bounce. This is exactly the same, but this does say radius because I was working with circles here. I am working with squares here. Is there anything different? Oh, okay. No, actually, no, mind. The difference between circle is that my x-axis, I gotta minus it with radius. Unlike squares. For squares, I don't gotta minus it with radius. I just gotta like have if NPC at x-axis is less than or equal to 0. That's all I need for my right wall. For my left wall, I do gotta minus my screen, my display, my window size by my NPC's width, right and left wall. There shouldn't be a... I flipped my screen. Why does it say a key error? Okay, y-axis I have one, x-axis I have one. I iterated over my list of my dictionaries, drew them correctly. Player's velocity. It shouldn't give me a key error. NPC y velocity asterisk equals to -1. Line 59. That's what gives me the error. It doesn't look like I'm messing up, honestly. Okay, so let's read it properly. I had height here. This is correct. There is no way this is wrong. My statement is correct. If my NPC at index of y-axis is less than or excuse me guys, if my NPC at index of y-axis, excuse me again, is less than or equal to 0. Okay, that's correct. Or my NPC at index of y-axis is greater than or equal to 600. My NPCs are correct, my details. So x-axis, I have y-axis. Okay. I have my velocities. What if I add negative velocities as well? This shouldn't make any difference, but let me just test it. Okay, I shouldn't make any difference. Key error. Why would I get a key error? NPC's height and my NPC's width. Do they actually have a height and width? I remember I added height and width for them. Wait, hold up. Okay, it goes with width and height. Width and height. It's correct. This is honestly correct. Might have to ask Sensei where I messed up. Okay, let's Control E, Control C. Because honestly, I highly doubt that I even messed up somewhere. It looks pretty correct. Space out a bunch of spaces and say I feel like my statement is correct, but I get a key error for some reason. Vivek, your code is bleeding out of the floor because you stabbed it with your own variable names. Look at your NPC dictionary. X-axis 100, Y-axis 300, width 40, height 40, velocity of X-axis 5, velocity of Y-axis is 5. You stored them as velocity X and velocity Y, but down in your bounce logic you're calling velocity X velocity, Y velocity. Didn't I like copy paste it? Wait, hold up. That is self velocity X, velocity Y. Didn't I like copy paste this? It says velocity X, velocity Y. Okay. Oh, I feel so bad to ask this question. This was actually pretty easy. Guys, this was real embarrassing, honestly. I don't even take credit for this question. Okay, let me actually change this to positive 5s. Alright, what was the next thing? Okay, so I have a bunch of rectangles, only 2 of them move. Okay, I have 3 rectangles. Probably because one rectangle's this thing isn't correct. Let me go with 300. I'm like 200. Okay, perfect. We have all 300s on this, all 3 rectangles on the screen. Alright, what was the next thing that we had to do? I'm pretty sure I have to add a collision logic. Okay, if player collides with enemy, print collision detected only once, then stop the game loop. Okay, I gotta add a collision logic now. So let me go ahead, maybe add a space here. Collision detection. There you go. Collision. Guys, ignore my typos. Okay. Yeah, guys, I can't spell. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, for my collision, I might have to. Actually, I wouldn't need the formula because this is pretty self. I'm pretty sure the formula for my collision isn't that hard. Let me go with if my NPC at x-axis, so if the x-axis of my NPC touches my player. Okay, this is rectangle, right? So I can just use if my player dot x-axis dot collide rect. Okay, is it PyGame dot actually player dot x-axis underscore collide rect? No, it was something collide rect, right? So if my player at x-axis dot collide, did I forget the format? Okay, PyGame dot collide. Okay, wait, hold up. I'm pretty sure I should know this. It was a collide rect. So if my player dot collide rect, that's like player, yeah, there's a collide rect. So self and rectangle. But I want it to be the x-axis, right? Or does it automatically do it for me? Okay, if my player collides with my NPC, x-axis, or should I go with my whole NPCs list? Okay, let's see the expected type rect. Sounds like okay. List, dictionary, string, integer. I've honestly done this. Like last stream I was working just with circles, so I'm still in the circle mindset. gotta work on my rectangles as well. Okay, if my player collides with my rectangle, so my NPC's object, so it should be NPC only. NPC is my single NPC. So I did draw it here. Collide detection. Expected type rect, so a rectangle. Sequence like float, sequence like float. Has rect attribute got dictionary. Okay, so it has dictionary. So should I like go with the manual way? Because okay, let's try. So if my player dot x-axis touches my enemy's x-axis equals to my NPC equals to my NPC NPC dot x-axis NPC at index of x-axis. Okay, or my player dot y-axis equals to my NPC at index of y-axis. I will print boom, collision. There we go. Oh, I spelled it wrong. There we go. Okay, boom, collision. Okay, this should detect my collision once. Let me actually check it. Okay, it prints boom collision. Okay, but it prints 60 frames per second, so I gotta add that if statement. Before I add that if statement, let me go at the top of my screen. Under my FPS, let me add a collision variable. Collision equals to there we go. Okay, yeah guys, I'm pretty dead today. I've been really busy. Okay, collision. Am I really spelling it wrong even after correcting? There we go. Okay, so collision equals to, let's see, false, because I haven't collided with anyone yet. But let me add an if statement. Okay, if my player at x-axis equals to my NPC at x-axis, or my player dot y-axis equals to my NPC at y-axis, I'll print boom collision, and then it's gonna actually I might add a for loop for every collision in my, let's go with collisions, but since I have collision, let me change this to plural. For every collision in my collisions. Did I spell this correct? Expected type collision dot iterable dot, oh wait, never mind, I wouldn't need it for loop. Let's go with a bunch of control Z's. Okay, I'll leave the if any stuff, like there was an any function. Okay, if any. Okay, so if any of this is true, I will print this thing. So if any iterable, okay, should it be something like this? I print, did I like forget the formatting of my any as well? Maybe I drink some water to jog my memory up. Yeah guys, these concepts that are like kind of complicated, I'm like not entertaining at all. I make the stream like so boring. Okay, let me just check the audible. Okay, perfect. Maybe eat some oats cause need some energy. Alright, so if any, actually, I might not need the any right now. Gotta go. Okay, let me try to recall it. So if any and then iterable. Got it. I actually got it. I'll have to add a for loop. For every collision in my for every collision in something, let's think. Condition iterable. So this is like a conditional expression, if any, for every collision in my player's x-axis, most likely my player's x-axis. So for every collision in my player.x-axis, I will do this. Okay, x-axis doesn't make sense. This should be a for loop, so let me change this to plural. Okay, collisions, false. Okay, in my collisions. Excuse me, guys. Okay, so okay, maybe control Z. Let's go with Oli. In my collision. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, I recalled this much. Let me try recalling the rest. I think eating oats definitely did help me. Let's check if it really works. Honestly, let me copy this real quick. I'll probably think better without having this on. Okay, so for every collision in my player's x-axis, but player's x-axis is just player's x-axis. So I remember doing this. So for every collision in what am I trying to collide it with? I'm trying to see. Collision is when my enemy touches my player, or my player touches my enemy. For every collision my player, I will print this. Copy that, paste it. For every collision, okay, it can be in this because it's got to be in a list of something, or like for every collision in my list of what? I have my players list and I have my NPCs list. My maybe NPCs. I'll probably add an if. No way, actually. I might have to go with a bunch of control Z's and like copy that, delete that in my NPCs. Okay, if this condition prints boom collision. Okay, and my collision this thing is going to be equal to true, else my collision is going to be set to false. Okay, let's see. Great, it doesn't print anything, but I feel like I got a bit closer. I know I don't need to add my if statement here. It just needs to be for every collision in my NPC, I do something. Okay, actually, I do this. Let's copy that, delete that, paste it here. I do that, add a space, copy that, delete that. I do that and I print boom collision. My collision is set to true, and then okay, got it. I got it. If not collisions, if my collisions is set to true, the not is gonna flip my false to true. If not collision, I will print boom collision, and then my collision is going to be set to true. Okay, for a second, else is going to be set to false. Let me create, dude. Are you out of your mind asking about what? Shame on. Guys, did I miss a convo? Did I miss a chat? I'm so confused. Asking about what? Okay, this should print collision. There you go, boom, collision. Okay, it prints, but it's still printing multiple times. I might have to change this to false and that to true. Okay, now it's going to print one collision, right? Okay, now mind, it doesn't print one collision. This has to be true. Maybe I have to add this here. Okay, if not collision, it's true. And then my collision equals to true else false. Okay, this honestly doesn't make any sense, but it's worth to try. Okay, it prints collision 60 times per impact. Okay, I know I'm doing something correct. For every collision in my NPCs, player.x-axis, might have to remove that. Although, what was going on in the chat though? Alright, let's see. If any player.x-axis equals to NPC x-axis or player.y-axis equals to NPC y-axis for collision and NPCs, if not collision, okay, if my collision is set to true, print collision. I wanted to print one time. Is there something I gotta do to print one time? Should I go with a for loop for every collision in my collisions? I have a collision. Collisions is going to be multiple. If not collisions, print collision. Oh, okay. I might not need this true. Now it should print one. Okay, it prints multiple. Collision should be set to true for just 1 pixel per frame, means just for one time when it hits, and then it should immediately be false. Print boom collision. Maybe let me add this thing here. Print boom collision. If not collision. Okay, actually this doesn't make sense, but we did get pretty close. Also, what was going on in the chat though? I missed it probably. Okay, if player.x-axis equals to NPC, okay, that part's correct for every collision in my NPCs. Every time my player collides with my NPC, this is basically every time anyone. Actually, never mind. For every collision in my NPCs, okay. Player.x-axis equals to okay. I should add an okay, if statement doesn't make sense. So if that happens, I might actually have to copy this. Okay, wait, let me add an if statement first. If my player's x-axis, if that's true, okay, if that's true, I will print this. Copy that, paste it here. Okay, I will print this and not collision. Might have to add an and. Okay, let's go here. And not collisions. Okay, it's gonna print boom, and then I'll set my collision to true for an instant. Collisions true, else collisions false. Honestly, collisions false. Print boom. Okay, collisions false won't print anything. This has to be true for a second. Collisions true. Let's see. Okay, this doesn't print anything. I should know what to do here, honestly. Let me just bunch of Control Z's up here. Okay, actually, let me just go here by reference code. for NPC, if colliding and not collision. This is for my circle, it won't help me with my square. It's true, else if not colliding. I could use the word colliding instead of collision, that would make it much easier to read. For every collision in my NPCs. Okay, for every collision, that actually sounds better. If collision, I might add an else if, honestly, like how I added there. If my collision, okay, if this is true, it's going to move on to this print collision. Collision is set to true, we're colliding. Else if else if not, actually else if collision is set to false. Okay, it prints it 60 times per second. That doesn't make any sense. If any player.x-axis equals to NPC at x-axis, or my player.y-axis equals to NPC at y-axis, for every collision in my NPCs, if not collision, if my collision is set to true, print boom collision. Might have to indent this in here. Collision is true. Okay, else collision false. Collision true. Let me actually copy this. For that 1 pixel, my collision is going to be true, then it's going to be false, or it's going to be true. Okay, it doesn't print anything because my collision is false basically. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. Should be correct. What if I go with true, false? This prints a lot of collisions. Okay, I might have to ask Sensei for help. Although I do want. It would be bad if I did some silly mistake. Let me think it one more time. If not collision, if my collisions is set to true, I print boom collision. This doesn't make any sense because this also wouldn't make any sense because if not collision, my collision is set to true at this point, print this. Maybe I'll just go with collision false and then it still prints collision, so I might have to go with a for loop to iterate over it all. For every collision, let me change this to colliding. Okay, for every collision in my collisions, okay, I can't go with my collisions for every collision in my NPC because my collisions is not a list. I can't iterate over this. It's a boolean variable. Indent this. If for every collision, for every colliding in my collision, no, this whole iterable doesn't make any sense because this doesn't make sense. That's one. I'm using one variable in one variable. This is not even a list. This doesn't make any sense. Okay, I might just remove the any for now because the any is iterable. I'll go without the any. If player at x-axis equals to NPC at x-axis, or player.y-axis equals to NPC at y-axis, and if that is true, I'm going to go to my second condition. If not collision, if my collision is set to true, print boom collision, else collision is going to be set to false. Else collision is set to false. Okay, I'm not using my collision anywhere here. If not collision, for every collision in my NPCs, wait, this is iterating over all my NPCs that I practically don't even have to iterate over because I already iterated over all my NPCs here. This is stupid. Okay, for every collision I might not need the for loop because I already iterate over my NPCs. Let's do without the for loop and change this to collisions. If my player dot x-axis equals to my NPC at x-axis, if my player's x-axis touches my NPC's x-axis, or my player's y-axis touches my NPC's y-axis, and if not collide, print this. Let me change this to an else if. Else if collision, which is set to false, I will print nothing. Honestly, let me just reset my collision to be false. Collision equals to false instead of printing like nothing. Now if I run the command, it wouldn't print anything. If not collision, else if false. This I might have to get this here instead of indenting it there. Okay, now it should write something. Boom, collision. It prints 60 times per frame. It's so annoying. Might have to also say now. Let me actually go with a bunch of this thing control Z's. Okay guys, I feel like I should have honestly known this. Okay, I should have honestly known this. Control A, Control C. It's Sensei up here. Paste it, add a bunch of space, Sensei. I feel like I'm doing everything correct with my collision logic. It's still printing my collision more than once. And guys, ignore my typos. Vivek, you're slamming your face against the wall because you're checking collision like a madman. Look at your code. It's a chaotic loop with no mercy. You loop twice unnecessarily. Okay, I knew that was unnecessary. If any, okay, that doesn't even use the collision variable. You basically ran in circles. You compared position instead of rectangles. Player.x-axis equals to NPC at x-axis at index of x-axis only checks the edges line up exactly, not if the rectangle overlap. That's not collision, that's checking if two edges shook hands politely. Your collisions flag is backwards. You set it false after printing, so next frame it just prints again anyway. You need it to become true once a collision happens so it won't print more. Here's the proper way to use PyGame.rect.collideRect. Make rect for each NPC. NPC equals to PyGame.rect. NPC. Okay. If NPC.collideRect, NPC rects, okay, and not collide, boom, collision true, so it won't trigger again. That way, once you collide, true locks in your task, rewrite the collision. Okay, I knew. Okay, this actually kind of makes sense because I remember having a list of my enemies, like enemies list NPC1, NPC2, NPC3. This could be the okay. My NPC1, NPC2, NPC3 did have my NPC.rect, so it's the same logic, but I'm using a dictionary and I iterated over my dictionary, so NPC X, Y, width and height is already there for my different NPCs. And if my player collides my NPC, if my player collides with my NPC and not collision, my collision which is originally set to false, if it's set to true, print boom collision true, so it won't trigger again. But if it's set to true, how is it going to be set to false again? I might have to ask that next. Okay, that was a lot to process. So I'll have to create a list of my NPCs. Let me go down, delete that. Okay. Huh. So NPCs underscore list equals to a list of my NPCs. Okay, let's see. Let's go with my NPC at index of x, and my NPC at index of y. Okay, and then my, excuse me guys, NPC at index of, excuse me again guys, width. Okay, and then lastly my NPC at index of height. Okay, this one is the same thing, so I gotta always have a list and then iterate over my list for every colliding in my NPC list. So let me copy that, paste it here for every hit. For every hit in my NPC list, if not collision, I might not need the any here. I'll just need the player and not collision. I will print boom collision and set that to true apparently. I will check why though. Let's see. Okay, so it's still print. Okay, hold up. That's definitely more than once. I knew it. I need something that's gonna change it to false. True, else, collision equals to false. It's originally set to false. I literally did this like 2 streams ago. I should know this. NPC list. Okay, I have a list of my NPCs. I want to iterate over them all, so I might use the any again. Okay, any. Let's like do this for every. Okay, actually, let me add my for loop here. For every hit in my NPC list, we had a space, go back here, NPCs underscore list. For every hit in my NPCs list, if my player etc, I will print this. Okay, let me paste it here and then delete this. I wouldn't need my collision true because basically it is set to true. Oh, I'll just need a collision false then. Okay, there we go. This should fix it. Okay, let me get my collision false back here. Can I want to print it and then set my collision back to false. So for every hit in my NPCs list, what if I change this to true? Indentation error. Okay, I have to indent it, but there we go. Now when it hits me, it doesn't print anything because that's most likely because it's true. I'm black, brother. Okay, let's see. Boom collision for every hit. Okay, so it should be like my so my NPC's list of my rectangles. Okay, I forgot to do one thing. I have to go with PyGame.rect because these are my rectangles and I wouldn't need any of this. Let me add a bunch of Control Z's. Okay, let me just add a bunch of Control Z's. There we go. So this is going to be PyGame.rect. Okay, now it should print one collision. Type error, PyGame.rect is not subscriptable. Okay, so first, NPCs, I added my NPCs. If my player.collideRect. Okay, so if my player.collideRect. Oh yeah, I just need collideRect. I tried doing it manually for some reason. collide rect my NPCs or my pretty sure it's my NPCs list and not collide and not collision. Okay, if I run the command type error pygame.rect is not subscriptable. Okay. Oh. Got add a pair of parentheses. Okay, it prints it once. Okay, the command worked, but it's just for my one rectangle. I might have to add an else. Else collision equals to false. So this whole thing happens again. What if I go with false else true? Okay, that doesn't work. I mean, it prints boom collision and then my whole variable is set to true after that. If my player, okay, if any, so if any of this is true, okay, I might be able to add the any here, any iterable. Okay, so I will iterate over my, actually there's nothing to iterate over. I could iterate over if I had like my whole NPCs list here, but it's just because my enemy is like already a dictionary up here. It's not like specific NPC 1, NPC 2, NPC 3. They are basically, but they all come under a list of my NPCs, which I already iterated over. So NPC underscore list, what are we up to today, bro? Honestly, I'm trying to master game logic with the collisions of collision and game logic. It's kind of complicated. I mean, complicating. I might have to ask Sensei for this collision detection part some help. Been trying to figure this out. Asked for a bit of help, or I forgot to change this up. Asked for like a bit of help, and I do get my collision once, but then it just turns my collision set to true. It just sets my collision to true. Unlike the last one that I did, when I did it with my circles, every time I collide, it just prints boom collide once. It's the same thing, but it's just with a rectangle, so it shouldn't be this complicated. By the way, I appreciate you joining the stream, Hypertech. How you doing? Okay, so if any method hypot the inside my any for every NPC in my NPCs, I did iterate over my NPCs once. This is another variant of my iteration. Oh, could I like do that as well? Let's see. Let's go with if any. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'll try this one more time to see if it works. So I'll have to iterate over my NPCs. So let's go with, I want to print boom collision. Okay, let's see if something happens. So for every NPC in my NPCs, depends. This is an NPC as well. My iteration here. Okay, so I'll change this to an uppercase NPC for every NPC in my NPCs. If my NPC, if my uppercase NPC, okay, collides, so dot collide rect. Okay, actually, if my player dot collide rect, if my player collides with my NPC, collides, so I might need a list of my NPCs up here. Have you tried while statements? Honestly, I didn't try while statements. I've heard of while loops. I've never honestly heard of while statements. Is while statements similar to while loops or something? Because I've heard of like print statements and like, okay, honestly, I didn't hear of while statements. Okay, let me actually control A, control C. I might have to ask Sensei, guys. Been trying for a while. I think I must be up somewhere. Sensei, I feel like I'm messing up somewhere. I can't seem to get the um collision logic question mark. Okay. Okay, Vivek, you're butchering the collision logic like a novice who swings his sword backwards. Let me just flip my lips. Okay, look here. If boom, you can feed raw dictionaries to collision, okay? Player.collision rect NPC fails because NPC is a dictionary, not a rect. You must first build a rect from the NPC's x-axis, y-axis, width and height. Any boom collision is nonsense that generates a bunch of string boom collision but doesn't actually do anything. If you want any, you want to loop and test properly. The collision flag must be set to true after first hit. Here's the fixed collision section. NPC equals PyGame.rect, NPC x-axis, NPC y-axis. Okay, so I have an NPC rectangle, this. But I like did this. Let me just say, Sensei, I did try that, but it like dot prints boom collision once and then doesn't print it again even if I collide with the rect again. Guys, ignore my typos, I can type. Okay, now I see your problem, Vivek. You're confusing print once ever with print once per collision. Right now you have okay. Once collision is set to true, it never resets. Yeah, that's why try adding an else false. That's why it only prints the first time you touch any NPC and then stays silent forever. If you move away and collide again, fixed strategy, you need collision to track per frame, not per NPC, or reset when the player is no longer okay. Example, for every NPC in my NPCs, NPC rect, okay, if player dot collide rect, my NPC's rect, which is my NPC's rectangle. If not collision, print boom. I do this. I did this, but without iterating, because I felt like I already iterated, so I could try using my already iterated iteration, if that made any sense. Okay, so I wouldn't do my for every NPC and NPC because I already did that here. So let's try without that. So I'll go with my NPC underscore rect. So my NPC's rect equals to a list. Actually equals to pygame.rect. Okay. And now the list of my NPC, which is my my NPC at index. My NPC at index of x-axis, okay, and then NPC at index of y-axis, excuse me guys, NPC at index of width, and NPC at index of height. Okay. Is it like necessary for me to go with for every NPC in my NPCs and then indent this, copy that, paste it here, paste NPCs here, and paste NPCs here? It's not important. Okay. Pygame.rect. Okay, this is pretty much correct. Let me actually go with without iterating it. Okay, if that happens, we had an if statement. Okay, let's see. If player dot collide rects. Okay, so if my player collides with my NPC rectangle, I will print boom collision. And then I'll set my collisions to be equal to true. Else, uh, else I will set my collisions to be equal to false. Rect is not callable. Is it not callable because okay, that was kind of stupid of me. My bad, guys. Okay, it still prints it multiple times. Okay, I did forget adding my if not collision, which means if my collision is true, I will print boom collide. Okay, this makes more sense. If not collision, this is gonna set my true to be false. Okay, NPC rect equals to PyGame.rect my NPCs. Let me try one more time with adding a for loop here. Wait, a for loop inside of this. That could make a difference for every NPC in my NPCs. I will go ahead and indent this whole thing. Copy that. Paste it. Paste it. Paste it. And paste it. Okay, now. Come on, it needs to work. It doesn't work. NPC's rectangle. If my player collides with my NPC's rectangle, and if not collision, if my collision is true, print boom collision, collision set to true, else collision set to false. This. Okay, let me actually copy that. Should say, because it's. I don't know what am I doing wrong. Like that should honestly work. Let's say sensei. This code should honestly work, but it still prints collide more than once per frames, aka 60 frames per second, if that made any sense. Vivek, now you're getting it wrong because you're resetting the flag inside the wrong loop. Listen closely. Right now you have for every NPC in my NPCs rect underscore NPC equals to pygame.rect if player.collide rect NPC rect. If not collision, which turns my collision to be true, print boom collision, collision equals true, else collision equals to false. Notice what happens. You check all NPCs. Suppose the player collides with the first NPC, print boom collision, set collisions equals to true. Then you check the next NPC. If no collisions with that one, collision equals to false. Next frame, the first NPC collision prints again, spamming. Okay, for every NPC in my NPCs. Oh, okay, actually I see. Notice what happens. You check all NPCs. Suppose the player collides with the first NPC, prints boom. Okay, it does. Sets collision to true. Then you check the NPC. Then you check the next NPC. If no collision with that, okay, if no collision with that, collision equals to false. Next frame, the NPC collision prints again, spamming. Okay, I actually see. The problem, you're resetting the flag inside the NPC loop, so it flips back and forth every frame depending on which NPC you check last. Fix. Check all NPCs first, then set collision flag. Collision this frame. Okay, I have that variable on top. For every NPC in my NPCs, NPC underscore rect, pygame.rect, NPC at x-axis, NPC at y-axis, NPC's width and NPC's height. If my NPC dot collide rect, NPC underscore rect. So if my player collides with my rectangle, collision this frame is set to true, break. No need to check others. Okay, I did have to end the loop. But instead of break, I could set my is running to be false. No need to check others. If collision this frame and not collision, print boom collision. Collision equals to collision this frame. Okay, Vivek, implement this exact pattern. If you still let it spam, I will force you to rewrite the whole movement collision system from scratch. Can someone tell what bro is trying to build? Honestly, I'm just trying to work on collision detection and game logic. I'm trying to get to that mindset first. Last stream I went through circles, and like this was my last stream's code, where every time my circle hits my player circle, it prints boom collided once. I'm trying to do that again, but with a rectangle. My rectangles does move, but it prints boom collision 60 frames per second, means 60 times per second, because I set my FPS to 60 ticks. If that made any sense. I can't talk. Okay, but let's focus. Let's try to implement what Sensei said. So collision this frame, that's basically my collision up here, right? It's gotta be this. Actually, I've changed that to collision. It's been making me... Okay, so that's set to false. Okay, and then let me change that to collision. Okay, so I don't need to probably iterate over this. Let me go with my collision logic. I wouldn't have to iterate because I already have a for loop. I already iterated over it once. Let's go back, go there. Okay, now for every NPC in my NPCs, might have to go with another iteration. For every NPC in my NPCs. Okay, NPC rect. So we create another variable called NPC rect and specify the NPC's rectangle, because we do have a dictionary here, but it doesn't specify which NPC it is. The NPC rect is... Oh, that's genius. Okay, so NPC's rect. Honestly, might just keep it as NPC, or actually NPC rect. Okay, equals to PyGame.rect. Okay, this actually could make my NPC like an object, like my player's object. This is not object-oriented programming, but just like my player equals to player.rect, x-axis, y-axis, width and height. I can do the same thing for my NPC. So NPC's rect, it should be an uppercase R, actually capitalized rect. Okay, and then my NPC at index of x-axis, and then NPC at index of y-axis, NPC at index of width, and NPC at index of height. Guys, my hair keeps going in my eyes. Okay, so there. And then now let me add an if statement. If my player dot collide rect, if my player collides with my NPC's rectangle, okay, I will and my collision and not collision, so my collision is set to true. Okay, basically the not membership operator converts, flips true to false and false to true. Okay, I will print boom collision, or okay, boom collision. Okay, and then my collision is going to be set to true. Okay, and then my collision is going to be set to true. Okay, else my collision is going to be set to false. Okay, I do need to break, but I won't break yet. Honestly, let me actually try that. Let me, instead of breaking, I'll go with my is running equals to false to see if that works. This is going to end my whole loop though. Might not add this, might not add this. Looks so good, man. All the best. I appreciate you, Orlay. If that's how we pronounce, I apologize if I can't pronounce your name properly. I'll just quickly go and check other vid to get context of the channel. Okay, the alright, so else actually I might not need an else, I might need another if statement. If my collision if my collision is set to false and not collision. Okay, if my collision and not collision. So honestly, I actually might just go with a variable here. So what was the variable name? I mean, I could keep it to anything, but collision this frame. So collision this frame equals to false. Okay, and change this to collision. I thought that this was supposed to be my top collision, but never mind. It's a variable of its own. Okay. Collision is set to false currently. This changes my collision to be true. Okay, I actually feel like I'm getting this. If collision, let's see. If my collision equals to collision this frame. Okay, if doesn't make sense, let me just change collision. Once that's true, collision equals to collision this frame, which is going to convert my collision back to false. And if my collision is set to false, I'm going to be doing this whole thing. Okay, it prints multiple. Would break even make a big difference? Okay, if collision, okay, I see where I messed up though. Okay, so I'll set it to, I don't know if break even does something. Break probably won't even do anything here. Break shouldn't be able to do anything because it is running. Okay, let's just see. So if my collision this frame and not collision, so basically this means if my collision this frame is true, which is set to false, and not collision, my actual not collision is set to false as well, I flip it. So if my collision this frame is set to false and my not collision is set to true, I will print boom collision. Might have to do way more practice with this. Boom collision okay, boom collision guys, ignore my typos. There we go. Okay, and then I'm going to set my collision equals to collision this frame, which is going to turn my collision to false. How am I messing up? Okay, bro, I'm so sorry that I know you are busy, but I'm curious, what is your last academic qualification? And oh yes, do you stream till this? And oh yes, do you stream till the problem you are working on is fixed, or you're exhausted, or fixed time like hours a day? Honestly, I usually stream till like 6 o'clock, but sometimes it depends. If like I'm not done with like learning what I had to, or my stream's goal is not done, I might just stream for like 8 hours or 10 hours, or until I actually gotta go or do something really important. Can you use the non-equals like the exclamation equals, or use numbers to make it easier trying to help? Actually, I might try that because this thing doesn't make any sense. What's your last academic qualification? Honestly, I don't know. Yeah, because I've mostly been homeschooling, but I'm gonna join college. I'm really excited for that. Okay, not equals to. Oh wait, that actually might be genius. Let me delete these. Okay, actually not that. Let me just delete this and my if statement as well. Okay, if my player collides, okay, it does the same thing, and my player, oh, not my player. This shouldn't be that complicating. I mean, this shouldn't be that complicating. Where am I messing up? I shouldn't be messing up. Okay, let me actually go to Control C. I just want to see the code, like the fixed code, so like I can actually see the framework or like how it should be phrased. Say, let's say it still doesn't work. But like now we're just butchering with logic slices left and right. I see exactly what you did. You're trying to mix flags and print inside the wrong conditions. Step back, let me make this crystal clear. You need two flags. Collision remembers if collision was happening previous frame, collision this frame checks if collision is happening this frame. The print should happen once with collision this frame equals to true and collision equals to false. Do not print inside the NPC loop. On the update collision this frame inside the loop. Then after the loop, handle the print and update collision. Okay, collision underscore this underscore frame equals to false for every NPC in my NPCs. NPC underscore rectangle equals to PyGame.rect NPC X, NPC Y, If player collides with my NPC rect, collision this frame true. Break, no need to check further. If collision this frame and not collision, print boom collision. If that's set to false, if that condition is true, which is set to false, and not collision, which my collision is set to false, it's going to be set to true. So collision this frame is false. And okay, print boom collision. Update the flag for the next frame. Collision equals to collision this frame. Notes, the break ensures you stop checking after the first collision. The print happens once per new collision with new multiple NPCs. You must place this logic outside the NPC drawing movement loop, inside the main game loop after NPC updates. Okay, so this should go before the NPC drawings. Let's see. This logic should go inside my NPC. So let me copy that. Actually, let me copy it till here. Okay, so that's my bounce, my NPC graphics. Inside my main loop it should go. So this is my main loop, my player movement. Okay, that's my player movement. This is my NPC graphics. Okay, this is my collision detection. Maybe let me... Actually, it should be indented. Okay. If my NPC collision is set to false, okay, so it's originally set to false for every NPC in my NPCs. Should I add this? Actually, let me copy that. I might add this all the way up here under my collisions, this thing. Okay, so for every NPC in my NPCs, if my player collides with my NPC's rectangle and not collision this frame, collision equals to collision this frame equals to true. Okay, and then I break. I gotta ask, why do I break? Because my while true is running, so pretty sure it needs to be. But if it's false, then my while loop is gonna end. That might be why I need break. If collision this frame and not collision, print boom. Okay, so if my collision this break is set to false, which it converts to true here. If it's set to false and not collision, which is technically set to false, print boom collision. Collision equals to collision frame, which gets back to false, and by this iteration starts iterating again. Okay, one boom collision. Okay, it stops after I collide once. Okay, I remember like doing this where I had like multiple collisions. I did that with squares. I use the if any. Is my if any logic wrong? Okay, let me paste it. Let's say it prints boom collide it prints boom collide once, then it doesn't print again dot dot dot. Honestly, I feel like I should I should use the any function, but since my NPCs are a dictionary, since my NPCs are listed in a dictionary, I can't use the any. Last time the way I did it was I made separate NPCs. I made separate, guys, ignore my typos. I made separate enemies manually, then in my collision detection then in my collision detection I created a list of enemies and added my NPCs to it like this. Okay, so enemies equals to a list. Let's go with NPC1, NPC2, NPC3. Okay, but I can't do that. I can't do that here because I added my NPCs as a dictionary, not separate not separate variables. Question mark, guys, ignore my typos. Oh my gosh, I have so many typos. Okay, use the enemy. NPCs, dictionary, separate variables. Okay, yeah, this is what I did last time. Okay, like, stop overcomplicating it. You didn't need any or separate variables for each NPC. The problem isn't the dictionary, it's how you're managing the collision flag. Right now you have for every NPC, my NPC rect, if player collision rect, and collision this frame equals true, break, while it fails collision, this frame is set to true and never reset to false. I resetted it to false here. When the player moves away, you're checking and printing inside the same loop that flips flags incorrectly depending on which NPC is last. Breaking early prevents you from checking all NPCs properly for when collision stops. The clean solution: check collisions after updating all NPCs. Excuse me, guys. Excuse me again. For every NPC and NPCs, NPC underscore rect equals pygame.rect. Okay, if they collide, collision is true. Break. Print once. Key points. Put this NPC movement and drawing not inside the NPC loop. Put this after NPC movement and drawing not inside NPC loop. Reset collision to be equal to false. Okay, this basically resets my collision to be false. Wait, shouldn't that be the other way around? Okay, every frame collision remembers the state from the previous frame, so it prints one per. You can absolutely use dictionaries for NPC. You don't need separate variables list to rect. Huh? Didn't I like do this exact? Wait. Okay, let me think this with a calm mind. Put this NPC movement. Put this after NPC movement and drawing, not inside the NPC loop. Okay, NPC graphs. after my NPC movements and drawings. Okay, let me copy that. Okay, so it says put this after NPC movement and drawing, not inside the NPC loop. So that is my NPC loop. So after that, which is going to be outside my NPC loop, which should be here, and then my bounce is here. It printed it once. It's the same issue. It prints it once. Honestly, I might have to ask for like a whole reference code so I can actually see where it's set. Because I honestly didn't do a question using dictionaries. Let me say, since I still get the same output, can you show me a full reference code so I can see the layout question mark? I don't know, this is okay, Vivek, stop spinning in circles. You're listing the collisions inside the NPC loop, which is exactly why your prints misbehave. You only need one loop over all NPCs. That's what I was thinking at the beginning for collision, and it must be outside the NPC drawing and movement loop. Let me show you tutorial. So we imported PyGame, initialized it, one collision your screen, and then a caption. Okay, details, we have the player details, player velocity, we have a list of our NPCs, is running set to true. While my is running set to true, this loop runs. I set my FPS to 60 frames per second, iterated over all my events and look for a specific event type. If it's quit, I set my is running to false. Player movements, I added my player key movements here, NPC movement and drawing. I filled my screen with a good gray color, and then added PyGame.drawRect. So this is my NPC movement and drawing. Okay, I drew my NPC's rectangle here, my player's rectangle, my bad. And then I iterated over all my NPCs. I drew my NPCs here. Okay, so I drew my NPCs here. Then move NPCs. I moved my NPCs. Okay, bounce off walls. So I added my bounce logic here, and then collision detection outside the NPC loop. So here's my NPC loops outside my for loop. I feel math logic would fix this so you can do the while loops to continuously check the numbered values assigned to the NPCs. I feel math logic would fix this so you can do the while loops to continuously check the NPCs, the numbered values assigned. Oh, okay, honestly, I feel that's the case. I'm kind of bad at math. I can't like math this through. Okay, collision this frame. So we have another variable for every NPC in my NPCs. I iterated over all my NPCs again. Okay, I created a specific rectangle for my NPCs. So this acts like an object in my case. I mean, I think, but not like in the object-oriented programming object. Okay. If my player collides with my NPC's rectangle, collision this frame is set to true. Break. Stop at first collision. If collision this frame and not collision, so if my collision this frame is set to false and not collision, my collision is set to true. So if this is false and this is true, print boom collision. And then my collision is originally set to false, collision this frame. My collision is going to be set to false. Okay, and not converts my collision to true. Key difference from your attempts. Collision loop is outside the NPC loop, avoids flag flipping every NPC. Collision this frame is reset at start of each frame, prints Print happens only once when a new collision starts. Dictionaries for NPCs are fine. You don't need to separate variables. Wait, copy this layout. Okay, I'm not actually gonna copy it. I read the layout. I did everything correct. It just needs to be outside my for loop. I did that as well. I highly doubt this is gonna like give a difference. No problem, dude. Don't give up. Honestly, yeah, I'm not giving up, bro. I'm like way too this thing. I have way too much ego for me to give up. I'm gonna complete this question. Okay, I want to figure this topic out before the stream ends, guys. It's. I just wanna. Okay, so outside my for loop. Okay, so this part, so now my for loop is outside my game loop. So I have my graphics, my NPC graphics is right there. My automated y-axis, x-axis, let me add a space here for it to look good. Okay, now if I run the command, it prints boom collision once. The thing is, it usually doesn't print again. Okay, it still doesn't print again. Although I am just curious, what if I like copy Sensei's one, maybe go here, Control A, Control V. Let's see if this prints the same thing. Key error. Oh, okay. Actually, I feel like I forgot to do this. Okay, I forgot to remove this. My bad. Collision this frame. Okay, I forgot to add a collision this frame here. Let me copy that. Paste it equals to false. Okay. This thing doesn't print anything. For every NPC in my NPCs rect, okay, PyGame.rect, NPC at x-axis, NPC y-axis, NPC width, and NPC height if player collides with my rect and not collision frame. Okay. Collision frame equals to true, and then I break if my collision this frame and not collision. Print boom collision, collision. Okay. Okay, why did this give me a key error for my height? Let's see. Okay, I have height. Okay, I just have one height here. I need to add multiple heights. Let me copy that. Okay, width, height, the comma. Okay, paste it, comma. There we go. Okay, print boom collision. How does this work? Is there something that I'm doing wrong? I have heights, is running, event loops, player movement. I have that NPC drawing, screen.fill. I did that. Iterated over my NPC's dictionary, draw NPC pygame.drawRect. I drew that. Move NPC. Okay. I added my movements. I added my bounces. Collision detection, collision frame, I added that. I iterated over my NPCs again. NPC equals to rect. I did this exact same thing. If player.collide rect, my NPC rectangle, if my player's rectangle collides with my NPC's rectangle, collision, this frame is set to true. Break stops at first collision. If collision is set to false and collision and not collision, if my collision is set to true and my collision this frame is set to false, print boom collision. Update the collision flag for next frame. Didn't I do like this exact same thing? Am I tripping, guys? Collision is set to false. Iterated over them. I have my graphics. So this is where I drew NPC, my bounce, that works, collision. So let's see this one more time properly. For every NPC in NPCs, NPC Pygame, I gave it a height. Let me see. Okay, wait, am I messing up somewhere here? X-axis, y-axis, width and height. I have an x-axis, y-axis, width and height. Okay, and then I check if my player collides with my rect, collision this frame is true, and then I break. If my collision this frame, which is set to false, and not collision, which is my collision is set to false, but then this is going to be, it's going to set to true because not flips true to false. I print boom collision, collision equals to collision this frame. I did collision equals collision this frame. Could it be? Did I indent this? No, I didn't. It's the same thing. Okay, let me actually check everything. Let me actually just copy this. Okay, and paste it like down here maybe to check if like it's actually the same thing. So okay, collision frame, that's correct for every NPC in my NPCs. Okay, even this being uppercase or lowercase wouldn't actually matter. So NPC rect, okay, NPC at x-axis, NPC at y-axis, NPC's width, NPC's height, and then player collide rect, NPC rect, my NPC rect here, collision this frame is set to true, and then I break. If collision this frame and not collision, print boom. And then collision. Okay, you know, I feel like in that case it might be my loops here. So this is my NPC graphics. Let's check the NPC graphics here. It can be my NPC graphics. NPC movement and drawing. I did my screen.fill and drew my player up here though. I drew my that up there. I highly doubt that's gonna make any difference. Okay, after that, so after the event loop player movement was added, I added my player movement after I drew my players. Okay, let me, just for the sake of trying, let me copy that, paste that here. Okay, and then player, I drew my player. Okay, and then I iterated over my NPCs, drew my NPC. I did iterate over them and I did draw my NPCs here. And then my NPC movement, x-axis correct, y-axis correct. There is an x-axis here, y-axis here. I just added a specific comment. Bounce off walls. This one works as well because they bounce off walls. And not collision. The collision, excuse me guys, the collision here is set to false. Remember previous frame collision, my collision is set to false as well. Honestly, there's like nothing that makes this thing not work. Okay, let's see. Okay, let me actually see the, okay, let me go with Control A, Control C. Just paste here and say paste, add a bunch of space, and we say this is my code, and then add a bunch of spaces, go to synthesize code, Control A, Control C, paste. This is, okay, now I can get this here. I get sensei here. This is your code. ... Your code works, but my, does it? Question mark. It's the same code, isn't it? Like, yes, you think it's the same, but it isn't. You got a sneaky indentation and placement problem that's wrecking your logic. Look closely. In your code, this part inside the collision loop, if collision this frame and not collision, print boom, collision. Collision equals to collision this frame, because it's nested inside for NPC and NPC's loop, because it's nested inside the for NPC and NPC's loop. It's being evaluated for every NPC, so collision flips multiple times in the same frame and you print logic breaks, and your print logic breaks. It's being evaluated every NPC. In my reference code, that same check is outside the loop after you determine if any NPC is colliding. Okay, outside the loop. It's outside the for loop. This thing, it's okay. Let's think the difference between it being inside and outside, but I'm pretty sure this should work now, right? So boom, collision. Did I collide with anything? Okay, it still prints boom collision once. How is it that... Okay, let me read this whole code properly one time. PyGame.init, initialized PyGame, added clocks, added my screen, my caption, added my player details, added my NPC details, is running is set to true while is running, added my FPS, added event loop, checked if the event loop is quit, I exit my program, player movement, keys equals PyGame, added my player movement. My player movement is outside my for loop, my NPC movement and drawing is outside my for loop as well. NPC movement and drawing, this isn't my NPC movement, this is my player's drawing only. Okay, you know what, here's my NPC movement. Actually, okay, so outside my for loop as well, for every NPC in my NPCs, I drew my NPC here. And then I moved my NPC there, bounce off walls, collision detection, added my collision, so collision this frame is false. For every NPC and NPCs, NPC underscore rectangle equals to pygame.rect, so I drew my NPC and made it like some sort of object. If my player collides with my NPC rect, collision this frame is true, and then I break, so it stops at the first collision. And then outside my for loop, if collision this frame and not collision prints boom collision, update the collision flag for next time collision equals to collision this frame, which is going to set my collision to be false because my collision this frame is set to false. I changed my collision this frame to this outside, so this true. Actually, it's going to set my collision to be true. Okay, now that I read that code, let me see everything. So I initialized PyGame, added FPS, collision, display, added my display caption, added my player details, player velocity, NPC details, and NPC velocity. Is running while the program is running. I set an FPS of 60 and then I iterated over all my for loops. I iterated over all my PyGame events, and then I checked for a specific event type. If my event type is quit, my is running is false, and then I added some player movements outside my for loop. Okay, keys. Okay, and then I added my player graphics and my screen fill outside my for loop as well. Okay, and then I iterated over my list of dictionaries of my NPC. Okay, let me shrink this a little. Okay, and then NPC automated, this is my movement. Okay, so they move as well. And then I added my NPC bounces, my collision detection, or this should have been back there. Okay, this collision this frame for NPC and NPCs, NPC rect equals pygame.rect. If collision this frame, collision. Okay, now boom collision. It was the indentation. Okay, although I'm gonna do way more questions with this. That wasn't enough practice. Okay, I don't take any credit for this question, even though I got it to, even though it works, but let me go here. Paste and say, it works, but I need like a lot of practice with the collision detection part. Are there any drills? Are there any drills? Question mark. Or do I just need to do regular questions like these? But before doing the questions, can you like explain me in detail what happened in the collision detection part, and how do I read/understand it? Question mark. Guys, ignore my typos. Okay, that was a lot. Oh my gosh. Okay, Vivek, listen up, because this is where a lot of beginners trip over their own feet. Collision detection is one of those simple but sneaky parts of games. You need to think frame by frame and understand how Python executes your loop. Let's dissect your working code piece by piece. The concept collision this frame collision underscore this underscore frame equals to false. Okay, the concept of collision this frame, every frame we start assuming no collision happens. Okay, this resets each frame because collisions are dynamic. They happen only when player touches an NPC this exact frame. Looping through NPCs for every NPC in my NPCs, I iterate over my NPCs dictionary. NPCs rectangle, I draw my NPCs rectangle. Actually, it's not draw. I set it like an object, or I set my NPCs coordinates and my height and width, or my NPCs attributes. My PyGame.rect, my NPC, the list of my NPC. I had multiple attributes. I set all those attributes to my NPC rects. If player.collide, if my player collides with my NPC rect, collision this frame is true, and then I break. We create a rect object for each NPC on the screen. Player.collide rect, okay, NPC rect checks if two rectangles overlap through collision. The moment we detect a collision, we set collision this frame equal to true and break. Break is crucial. It stops checking the rest of the NPCs once we've found a collision. Okay, so we don't accidentally flip our flag multiple times. Think of it as I only care if I hit any enemy this frame, not how many. Okay, break is crucial. It stops checking the rest of the NPCs. Okay, I see. Printing the collision. If collision this frame and not collision, print boom collision. Collision is the previous frame's collision flag. This condition says only print when a new collision starts. If you're already colliding from the last frame, don't spam the prints. This is why your earlier attempts printed 60 times per second. Your code was checking inside the NPC loop, flipping flag, mind loop, mid loop. Python executed it multiple times before finishing the frame. Updating for the next frame. Collision equals to collision this frame. We store the collision status for next frame comparison. On the next frame, collision this frame is reset to false, okay, at the top, so we can detect a new collision when it happens. TLDR, how to read it. Start assuming no collision this frame. Start assuming no collision this frame, okay. Check each NPC. If any collide, set flag true, stop checking. Compare with previous frame. Only trigger events when collision is new. Update the previous frame flag for the next loop. Vivek, if you understand this, you can extend it to circle, multiple players, projectiles, or anything. Okay, this is your core pattern. If you want practice drills, I can make a tired collision. Guys, I can spell tired collision drill set for you. Level 1, one player, one NPC, basic rectangle. Level 2, multiple NPCs moving in different directions. Level 3, add circles. Okay, Sensei, I honestly just want to understand the collision concept that we just went through. I don't know the kinds of questions I might need to do to understand it. You could give me a few questions like that, if that made any sense, although I'm still a bit vague on the collision concept. I just need to practice enough to make it a muscle memory. Yeah guys, once it's a muscle memory, I'm good then. If I ever want to get like a collision thing, my fingers are automatically gonna do that, and If they do it, then I'll eventually even understand what it means. Okay, maybe I'll eat something. That was a lot. Oh, now I get it, Vivek. You want muscle memory, not theory or random exercises. I do want... Okay, actually, I do want muscle memory. Yet. Okay, random exercise here. That's smart. Let's lock this collision logic in your brains. I'll give you a small focus drill that forces you to think like Python is thinking frame by frame. I'll give you a small focus drills that force you to think like Python is thinking frame by frame. Drill 1. Single enemy, 1 collision. Make 1 player and 1 NPC rectangle. Move the NPC slowly towards the player automatically. Print collision. Only once when they first touch. When they first touch, stop printing on. Then stop printing until separate and collide again. Until they separate and collide again. Goal. Understand the collision this frame versus collision from previous frame. Okay. Let's go with Control A, delete that, zoom in. Let me go ahead and import PyGame. Let me initialize PyGame, pygame.init. Okay, and then add FPS clock equals to pygame.time.clock. Okay, and then let me go with display. Okay, maybe I'll add an FPS comment here as well. Okay, and then I'll go with screen equals to pygame.display.set mode. Okay, I'll set my mode to a tuple of 800 by 600, and then I'll add a caption. So pygame.display.set caption. Okay, I'll keep the caption to something like don't dodge the circle or don't dodge the object. There we go. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add my player details. So player detail, I'll go with player equals to pygame dot rect. So player equals to pygame dot rect. I'll go with my x-axis, which is going to be, excuse me guys, I want it to be in the center, so I'll go with 400. Actually, let's go with 0. So y-axis, x-axis is going to be 0, so it's going to be more to the left. Left and top, so 300. Okay, and then width and height, I'll make it a bit big so it's easier to collide. I'll go with 100 and 100. Pretty big circle. And then my player underscore velocity equals to 8. Okay, now let me go over my NPC. I will add a dictionary, honestly. Let me go with NPCs equals to a dictionary, but I will just add 1 dictionary for now inside of my list. Actually, okay. Bro, just watch the cosplay vid right now. Was it funny? I tried to make it funny so you guys would laugh. Okay, let's go here and add NPCs equals to, I'll go with an x-axis for my NPC. Let's keep the x-axis. So I want to keep it 800. Actually, let's keep it like 600. So x-axis is 600. Let's go with my y-axis, which is going to be, so 600 is going to be to the right, and center, so 600 by 400. Okay, I don't know if that made any sense. Okay, and then my height is, my width is going to be 100, height is going to be 100 as well. Okay, never mind, I gotta add, it's a dictionary, so let me add my width. It's going to be 100, and height is going to be 100 as well, and then I'll need velocities as well. So let me go with x velocity, actually in a pair of quotes, so x underscore velocity, which is gonna be let's go with 5, and then a y-axis velocity, which is gonna be 5 as well. Okay, then I have my list up here. Let's go down. Okay, so that was the player details. Let me add a comment that says NPC details. Okay, perfect. Maybe check if I'm audible, because I don't want my mic to like randomly stop working. That's gonna be bad. Okay, so NPC details. Now let me add a is running equals to true. Okay, now let me add a while loop. So while is running, while my program is running, or while my is running is set to true, I will add my FPS. So clock.tick 60, and maybe add a comment of this is my FPS, and then go with my event loops. Let me iterate over all my Pygame events. So for every event in my pygame.event.get, okay, I'll look for a specific type of event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, pygame.quit. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, I'll set my is running. Did I spell my pygames wrong? Pygame.quit. Oh yeah, I shouldn't have added my parentheses. Is underscore running equals to false. Okay, I'm pretty sure I imported something. Okay then. My is running, I'm going to reassign it. My bad, guys. Okay, let's go with my graphics now. Actually, should I go with my player movement first? Let me work with my player first before my... Okay, actually my player graphics. So player graphics. So for my player graphics, let me go with pygame.draw.rect, because my player is a rectangle. I want to draw on my screen. I want my player to be blue, and then my player's attributes. Okay, and then my let me fill my screen as well. So screen.fill is gonna be a good gray color, 200, 200, 200. Why do I always use gray? Well, because that's the only colors RGB I know, or that's the only color, which colors RGB code I know. Okay, and then let me go with my NPC graphics. For my NPC graphics, let's go with pygame dot. Let me iterate over my NPCs list. For every NPC in my NPCs list, now let me go with pygame.draw.rect. Okay, so I want to draw the rectangle on my screen. Want the color to be red, and my NPC at index of x-axis. Okay, let's go with my NPC. Actually, it needs to be in a tuple. Let me get this in a tuple. Okay, then my NPC at index of y-axis. Maybe go here. Okay, and then my NPC at index of width and height. Width, and then NPC at index of height. Okay, perfect. Cancel that. There we go. Okay, that's my NPC graphics. So I drew my NPCs. Now let me go with NPC movement. So NPC movement. Let me go with my NPC. It needs to be indented inside my for loop because I'm accessing my specific NPC. My NPC at index of x-axis plus equals to my NPC at index of X velocity. Let me make sure it is named as X velocity. Okay, it's called X velocity and Y velocity. Okay. Then let me go with my NPC at index of y-axis plus equals to my NPC at index of y underscore velocity. Okay, so I added both from my x velocity plus add my y velocity. Should add a space here. Now let me actually indent it and go for my bounce motion. So NPC bounce. For my NPC bounce, let me go with an if statement. If my NPC, okay, it's a square, so I mean it's a rectangle, so if my NPC at x-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of x-axis, NPS, my NPC at index of x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 minus my NPC at index of width. Okay, I will get access to my NPC's velocity, x-axis velocity, and I will do asterisk equals to -1. I'll do the same thing for my y-axis, just change width to height and x to y. If my NPC at index of y-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of y-axis, this time if it's greater than or equal to 600, because this is the horizontal way or the standing line, minus my NPC at index of height. Okay, I will do NPC at index of my y velocity, my y-axis velocity, asterisk equals to -1. Okay, this should add my perfect bounce motion. Let me actually go outside the for loop and add a PyGame .display.flip. Okay, and then Control Z, add a PyGame.quit. Okay, let me run the command real quick to check. Okay, so the bounce motion does work. Perfectly bounces. That's good. Now let me add a okay, so I added movement, I added graphics, I added bounce. Now I need to add a collision. So let me go with collision. So collision detection. Okay, so for my collision detection, let me check for something. So firstly, it needs to be outside my for loop. Okay, there you go, it's outside my for loop. And then let me add a variable called let me add a variable here called LLI collision equals to false. So this is my collision every frame. So my FPS is 60 right now, so this collision is going to print collision 60 times per frame. For that, I need to add another variable called collision per frame equals to false as well, because we didn't collide yet. Okay, I spelled it wrong. There we go. Okay, and then the if statement, the part where you gotta think. If my okay, let's see if I actually remembered it. For my collision per frame, I want my frame to touch, so I gotta make my NPC like an object, or my NPC attribute to a variable. Okay, so let me go with NPC's rect equals to pygame.draw. I do need to iterate over all my NPCs again. Okay, so for every NPC in my NPCs, let me change this to uppercase NPC. Now I gotta indent this. This isn't inside my for loop. This is inside of this for loop, my collision detection for loop. Okay, dot draw dot rect. Let me add my NPC's attributes. So my NPC is x-axis. Let me go with my NPC at index of x-axis. Then my NPC at index of y-axis. Then my NPC at index of width, and lastly NPC at index of height. Okay, so NPC at index of height. Okay, here's the thing, it needs to be in a tuple. So I want to draw on my screen. I want my NPC's color to be red, and then this should go inside of a tuple because it's a rectangle. There. Okay, PyGame.draw.rect screen red. NPC's x-axis, y-axis, width and height. Parameter rect unfilled. Oh, okay. There's a unnecessary tuple. No, there is a tuple there, tuple there, tuple there. My rect is unfilled. Let me copy that. Only this part. Delete that. Oh, I forgot I had a comma. Never mind. Okay, it's not like it's not filled. I just missed a comma. There. Okay, now let me add an if statement. If my player dot collide rect with my NPC's rect. Okay, if my player collides with my NPC's rectangle, let's do something. Okay, let me think hard. Maybe drink some water actually. And like lubricate my lips. Okay, there we go. Alright, so for every NPC in my NPCs, if my player collides with my NPC, I do something. So I gotta think about this as well. Let me actually copy that. Control Z. Copy that, delete that, add that above my for loop. So collision per frame, I have a variable, so this is collision per frame, but my collision here is every frame. So for every frame, okay, so I gotta stop it at every frame. If player collides, let me print, boom, collision, boom, collision, and then I will set my collision this frame, excuse me guys, to be equal to true. Okay, I'll set that to be equal to true, and then outside my for loop, if my collision underscore this underscore frame, if my collision this frame, and did I spell it wrong? If my collision this frame and my collision, okay, if that and that happens, okay, keeping in mind my collision this per frame is set to true right now because I switched it to true. My collision is still set to false, but if I do not, that's gonna set it to true. If that happens, do something. I forgot what to do if that happens. Okay, let's see. If that happens, honestly, let me copy that, paste it. Okay, I just checked. I gotta add a break. Okay, so it breaks and stops checking anywhere, but my collision per frame is currently set to true and my not collision is true as well. Oh, okay, so if my collision per frame is true and my collision is true, print boom collision. Okay, and then I go with collision equals to collision per frame. Now let me go ahead and add my player's movement. So player underscore movement, or just player movement. There we go. Okay, so let me add a keys equals to a list. Key equals to pygame dot key dot get underscore pressed. Okay, if my keys at index of pygame dot k is right. Okay, if it's right, I will move my player's x-axis by something. Let's go with my player velocity. Actually, my player dot x-axis plus equals to my player's velocity. Okay, now let me just type it. If my keys at index of pygame dot k dot left, if my key is left, my player dot x-axis plus equals to player underscore velocity, and let me change this to minus equals to. Pretty sure that's where I always mess up. Okay, if my keys at index of pygame dot k underscore up, so this is my above, I will set player dot y-axis plus equal, actually this should be minus equals to player underscore velocity. And lastly, if my keys at index of pygame dot k is down, okay, I'll add my player dot y-axis plus equals to player underscore velocity. Okay, this adds my movement, adds my graphics, adds my drawings, adds my bounce, adds my collision detection, and this should work. Okay, up, down works, right, left. I always mess up my left and right stuff. Let me just go here. My right and left, so this should be plus equals to, so for right I'll plus, for left I'll minus. Okay, this should make things good. There we go. Okay, it prints 1 boom collision, 2 boom collision, there we go. Although do I see 3 rectangles? Do I see 3 rectangles? That doesn't look like one. Let me go ahead and add another rectangle here. Copy that. Okay, actually, guys, is it just me or do you guys even see 3 rectangles here? There. Okay. My player moves, it says boom collision. Boom collision, there we go, collision. My task was to just have 1 rectangle for this question. I did have one. I wouldn't add more NPCs. Okay. Although if that's the case, iteration the list wouldn't make sense. What if I remove my list and just had this? That's gonna mess this up because now I have NPCs. I can't iterate over a dictionary. I gotta iterate over a list. Honestly, this still does work, but when I use list, I got at multiple NPCs. I just wanted to use get the concept of list. And just Control A, Control C, get the sensor here. Okay, paste it and say, Sensei, it works, but I still need more practice with the collision detection part, and also let me actually fix the typos. And also I thought that we only use break when we have a while true loop, I'm using a while running question mark. Does that make any sense question mark? I had one more question. And also my enemy rect looks a bit weird question mark. Bro, I'm seeing you from a week now. I want to know what you're doing. Are you doing barge lures? Honestly, I've never heard of barge lures, but this is the reason I'm learning Python is because of my 100 race series. This is currently day 73. At day 100, my goal is to make a game using Python just on my own, and that time I wouldn't ask Sensei for help. It's just going to be me, so just practicing that. Are you solving DSA? Honestly, many people did say me to like do DSA is data structure algorithms, right? I might do that after my 100 series to get like better at Python. I honestly did want to do like machine learning eventually, but first I gotta learn Python. Shouldn't get ahead of myself. Ah yes, I see exactly what's happening, Vivek. You're getting close, but there's a couple of subtle things tripping you up. Let's break it down clearly so your brain locks this. Break isn't just for while true loops. The break statement works inside any loop, for loop or while loop. Okay, I didn't know that we could use break in a for loop. For every NPC in my NPCs, if player collides with my NPC rect, collision per frame true break. This breaks just exits for loop. As soon as you direct a collision, you don't need while true here at all. The correct is your while. It's correct in your while is running loop. The while is running is just your game loop, and inside it for NPC and NPCs it iterates over all enemies, so your understanding is fine. The break is perfectly okay here. Your enemy rectangle looks weird. Raw machine, I'm learning machine right now. That's honestly pretty insane. Raw machine OP codes and assembly through logism. It's pain, I can just tell. Assembly, it's really hard. I've seen a few codes of assembly. I didn't learn assembly yet, but it looked pretty complicated. NPC, your enemy looks weird. Okay, PyGame.draw.rect draws the rectangle on the screen and returns the rect it drew. You're drawing your NPC twice per frame, once above. Okay, when you drew an NPC normally, okay, did I draw it twice on top? Don't draw it again during collision detection. Oh, okay. This rectangle is just used for collision detection, not drawing. Extra collision practice, move multiple NPCs in different directions, change their sizes randomly, try different player sizes, test collisions at high speed, Your brain will slowly start thinking frame by frame, and you'll instantly know where a collision happens. Okay, I honestly feel like alright, I'm starting to get the grasp of the collision detection. Although I have my NPC graphics here. Okay, let me just delete that. Go down for every NPC and NPCs. I do that. Okay, now I just have my NPCs drawing once. No wonder it was twice before. There we go. Guys, is it just me, or like is my NPC a little laggy? Okay, no mind, I think it's just me. Okay, stop lagging. There we go, collisions detected. Okay, I gotta like seal this in my brain / memorize this whole thing. So collision per frame is false. So I have a base collision variable. This counts collision at every frame. Okay, that's set to false. Collision per frame is also set to false because I haven't collided yet. And then I iterate over my NPCs, and then I draw my NPC here. If my player collides with my NPC, my collision per frame is going to be true, and then I break. This sets my collision per frame now to true. Then if collision per frame, which is currently set to true and not collision, okay, so my collision is set to false, not is going to flip that false to true. If my collision per frame is true, which is set to true, and my collision is set to true, I print boom collision. Then outside the loop, I go with collision equals to collision per frame. My collision is set to false, so I'm gonna set my collision equal to my collision per frame. What if I had my collision per frame here and just collision here? What would happen? Okay, it adds a lot of, okay, it prints multiple FPS. Okay, let me just go Control Z, Control Z. Okay, copy that. Get sensor up here. Just install PyCharm again. Honestly, yeah, Python is pretty good. I did like, some people did say me to try VS Code as well. I should probably try using different IDEs. Okay, Sensei, can you explain this part to me real quick? Question mark. Maybe drink some tea or coffee. What is this? This doesn't look like tea or coffee. I mean, it doesn't taste like tea or coffee. It tastes... What even is this? Okay, whatever it is, I appreciate it. Okay, let's see. Finally, let's break this down, Vivek, so you don't just memorize it, but understand it deep in your bones. What's happening here? Collision equals to collision per frame. Collision is a present flag. It remembers whether the player was colliding in previous frame. Okay. Collision per frame is a temporary flag. It's calculated fresh each frame telling. Okay, telling you whether the player is colliding this frame. Okay. Why we need this? Imagine you just collided for the first frame. Collision last frame is equal to false. Collision per frame is equal to true. We print boom collision only when collision per frame and not collision is true. And on the next frame, if you're still colliding, both collision and collision per frame is true, the condition is now false, no print. Okay, think of it like memory. Collision, I was already colliding, question mark. Collision per frame, I'm colliding right now. Updating collision at the end. Okay, honestly, I see. So basically what this should mean, or what it means is, my collision here is not permanently set to true. My collision is still false. It's just set to true for this if statement, because it just flips my true to false and false to true, but this is still false. This is true here, but here it's false. And my collision per frame is true. So if I set, but that's where I was confused at, because my collision equals to my, oh, okay. So since my collision per frame is false, my collision is going to be equal to my collision per frame, which is false. So my collision and collision per frame is false, if that made any sense. Once they're false and my NPC or my player again collides with my NPC, my collision per frame is going to be set to true, and then I break. I stop this whole for loop iteration, and then I check over my this if statement. If my collision per frame is true, which it is set to true now, and not collision, which my collision also true, if both of them are true, print boom collision, and then my collision is going to be equal to my collision per frame, which is set to false. Okay, I see. Bro, do you study for too long time every day with that much concentration? Really appreciate you how you do that much perfectly, bro. I see old stream. Also seeing you increase my productivity. Honestly, that means a lot to me. It's not like I mean, in my streams, I can't like stream for too long. I do want to like stream for like 12 hours here or something until I study. These past 73 days, it's like I either wake up, sleep. I either wake up, I mean, I'm either sleeping, studying, or eating. Maybe I take some relaxation watching some animes, but since it's like 100 days, I don't have much time to rest. But after the 100 days, I might rest a little. I will stream every day though. Okay, so I understand this code. Let me just get Sensei back up here. And say, Sensei, I understand it now, dot dot dot. Can we do another question mark? Maybe almost the same type. Okay, and probably drink this. I'm pretty sure we don't chug this, but I don't even know what this is. It's like, it has a soury taste, but I don't know. Maybe it's some oats as well. Kind of starving. Yes, finally, about time, Vivek. Alright, grab your sword, I mean keyboard. Okay, because we're diving right in. Here's your next collision drill. Task: dodge a crash. Scenario: your player is a circle now instead of a rectangle. There's one moving square enemy on the screen. You need to detect collision between the circle and the rectangle and print crash only once per collision, even if they overlap frames. Hence, the circle has player X, player Y, and radius. The radius enemy X, Y, width and height. Okay. The rectangle enemy has a X-axis, Y-axis, width and height. Use the distance formula for circle rectangle collision or approximated by checking if the circle's center is inside the rectangle boundary plus radius. Remember the collision flag trick: collision plus, collision per frame. Excuse me guys, write the code for this setup, Vivek. Don't just copy rectangles. I want you to think in terms of circle versus rectangle collision. I'm waiting. No sitting around. Okay, I see. This shouldn't be that hard, honestly. Let me go with Control A, delete. Okay. Let me start off by importing PyGame, and then initializing it. So pygame.init, there we go. Okay, and then I'll add an FPS. So clock equals to pygame.time.clock, and maybe I'll add a comment that says FPS. Then display, for my display, let me go ahead and add a screen variable. For my window size, I'll go with pygame.display.set_mode. Okay, I'll add a tuple. My window size is going to be 800 by 600. Okay, there we go. Okay, and then let me add a caption. So pygame.display.set caption. Okay, my caption is going to be something like collision. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add my player details. Since they're going to be a rectangle, I'll go with player equals to pygame.rect with a capitalized rect. Pygame.rect, x-axis, y-axis. So I want my player to be in probably the top left. So let me go with 0. My x-axis is going to be 0. Y-axis is going to be 300. Okay, and then let's see. Width is going to be, I'll keep my player a bit big, so like 100 and 100. Okay, and then I wouldn't add my NPC details now. I will add my list of NPCs. Actually, let me just go with NPCs. Okay, NPCs. Okay, let me go with a list. So my NPCs equals to a list of dictionaries. So a list of my NPCs. Let's go with an x-axis. So my NPC, my first NPC's x-axis is going to be let's say 300, and the y-axis is going to be 0. There we go, y-axis is going to be 0. Okay, my width height, okay, so my width is going to be, let's see, let's keep the NPC also a little big, but smaller than my player. That doesn't make any sense. Players should usually be smaller than NPCs. I mean, they should be the same size. Let me add a height as well. So for the height, let's go with 85 as well. Okay, and then let me add an x-axis velocity for my NPC. My x-axis velocity is gonna be, I don't know, 5 pixels per frame, and my y-axis velocity is gonna be 5 pixels per frame as well. Now I'll add a comma here, copy this because I'm way too lazy to type it out, paste it. Maybe 3 NPCs would sound good. Let's change this to 0, that to 300. They're in exactly opposite directions. Maybe like 600 and 100. Okay, and then let me add a is_running equals to true, and then add a while loop while is running, while my program is running, or while my is running is set to true. I will do something while is running. Let me set my FPS. Clock.tick is gonna be 60. Maybe I'll add a comment that says FPS. Okay, and then let me go with my event loop. Okay, so for every event in my PyGame.event.get, I will look for a specific type of event. If my event.type equals to PyGame.quit, spell PyGames wrong, guys, ignore my typos, I can't spell. I will set my is running to be equal to false. Okay, and then let me exit my for loop and go with my player graphics. So player graphics. Okay, so for my player graphics, let me go with pygame.draw.rect. I will draw a rectangle. I want the surface to be my screen. I want the color to be red, and I don't know, it's a rectangle, right? So I'll need a tuple of my, actually I just got added player. There we go, because my player has all my player attributes here, and it's all in a tuple, or like not tuples, it's like in a pair of parentheses. I will fill my screen as well. I will go with screen.fill a nice gray color, 200, 200, 200. Okay, and then let me go with layer graphics. I wouldn't need to add my enemy graphics yet. Let me add my player movement. Player movement. Okay, for my player movement, let me go with keys. I'll create a variable called keys. I'll set that equal to pygame.key.get_pressed. Okay, if my key gets pressed, there we go. Okay, if my keys at index of pygame.k is right, so right is positive, I remember that now. Okay, if my key is right, I will access my player.x-axis, player's x-axis plus equal to that. I'll add my player's x-axis with my player. I forgot to add my player's velocity. Let me go with player_velocity equals to 8 pixels per frame. For player's velocity. Okay, and then let me do that with the right and with the left as well. So keys at index, if my keys at index pygame.k is left. Okay, I'll go with my player.x-axis minus equals to my player_velocity. let's do that with the top and bottom as well. If my keys at index of pygame dot let's see, k underscore up, that is my top. I'll go with my player dot y-axis this time because I'm working with vertical. Is that vertical, like standing line? Go with plus equals to let's see, my player underscore velocity. And then if my keys at index of pygame dot k is down, I'll go with player dot y-axis minus equals to player underscore velocity. There we go. That's my player movements. This is it gets so repetitive. Let me drink some water. Actually, let me check if I'm audible. Okay, perfect. Maybe drink some water now. Alright, so let's see. I added my event loop, my player graphics, player movement. Now it's time to add my NPC stuff. So let me go with my NPC loop. So NPC loop and iterate over my NPCs. So for every NPC in my NPCs. Okay, I shouldn't draw here yet. Let me go with my I gotta specify every NPC. Okay, I'll draw them later. Let me go with my NPC's movement. Excuse me guys, so not NPC graphics. Let me go with NPC movement. So for my NPC movement, let me indent that. So my NPC at index of x-axis plus equals to my NPC at index of x velocity. Maybe I change this to uppercase. That will make it look better. Okay, and then my NPC at index of y-axis plus equals to my NPC at index of y underscore velocity. There we go. Okay, I added movement. Now let me add a bounce for my NPCs. So my NPC bounce. Okay, so for my NPC bounce, let's see. I gotta use the if statement. So if my NPCs at index of, I actually even need to add a core block or something that like blocks my player from leaving the window, because I'm pretty sure it leaves the window, so it just stops in the window. I'll actually see that next. Okay, so if my NPC at x-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of x-axis is greater than or equal to 800, which is my window size, minus my NPC at index of my NPC's width, or am I spelled it wrong? ETH, there you go. Okay, I'm gonna do something. My NPC at index of x-axis asterisk equals to -1. Now let me do the same thing for my NPC at y-axis. My NPC at index of y-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of y-axis is greater than or equal to 600, my window size, minus my NPC at index of height, because this is going to be my height, and I spelled it wrong. Guys, ignore my typos. I will do NPC at index of y-axis asterisk equals to -1, or yeah, -1. That should work with my bounce, and I will exit over my for loop real quick and go with pygame.display.flip. This is going to flip it and like show me my actual pygame display, and then pygame.quit. There we go. Okay, if I were to run the command real quick, are my NPCs coordinate? Oh, I didn't draw my NPC, guys. I'm so stupid. Although, can I like move my... Okay, I can move it, but you guys see my player just exits out. Okay, I gotta fix that. Oh. Okay, down goes up goes down, right goes right, left. Okay. The reason why I have a passion of coding is all these things you can create with it. Actually, this is like, it's actually pretty insane. Apps, games, cheats, and other economic reasons. Honestly, yeah, it's really fun. Only once you actually know how to code. It's been real boring. Yeah, honestly, it's been like really hard to actually like figure things out. My brain's practically hurt. Okay, let me change this to minus. So minus for up and plus for down. Now it should work. Right, up, down. There we go. Okay, perfect controls. Okay, next up, let me draw my NPCs. So now I go outside my for loop and go with a collision detection. There we go. Okay, so I gotta create a variable for collision equals to true equals to false. My bad. Okay, there is no collision yet. Okay, so next up, let me go with collision underscore per underscore frame. So collision per frame equals to false. There hasn't been any collision per frame or any collision in general. Now, let's recall. Okay, I gotta iterate over all my NPCs again. So for every NPC in my NPCs, let me actually change this NPC to an uppercase NPC because I have like a lowercase one here. It might confuse me. Okay, for every NPC in my NPC. Now, for the collision, let me draw an object real quick. So NPC or NPC underscore rect equals to pygame.draw.rect. Actually, pygame.rect. This is gonna like draw a rectangle. I want to draw it on my screen. I want it to be red NPCs and a tuple of my NPC at index of x-axis and NPC at index of y-axis. Okay, NPC at index of width and the NPC at index of height. Screen red. Okay, I have x-axis, y-axis, width, and height. Did I spell something wrong? What do you think you want your to be for your career? Honestly, I want to like get a major in AI engineering and like a minor in software engineering, if that made any sense. I do like making games. I want to make games. I also want to design AI, and most importantly, I do like teaching people as well, but I gotta know my stuff to teach them. So yeah, that all sounds pretty fun. Okay, where did I mess up? Okay, height and width. That's rect. Pygame. Actually, let me just draw. Dot rect. Okay, this is gonna work with my drawings. I have a color for my NPC. Screen color. This should have been correct. Okay, NPC underscore rect equals pygame.draw.rect. I want to draw on my screen my color to be red. Name NPC can be defined. It is inside of my for loop. Oh, okay, guys, I'm so stupid. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me change it back to rect. How is it gonna work if I use my NPC from there? I gotta change this to NPC. Yeah, my attention is real bad, guys. This should work. Okay, I'll have to change to draw. There, this should work. There we go. Okay, perfect, it works. I drew a screen. Let's check if they collide. Okay, they do collide, but for now they get stuck. Let me change this to... Let me change my player's color to be, I don't know, black. Okay, that looks pretty good. Okay, perfect. Let me go down here. Okay, I drew my NPCs, added movement to the NPCs, added a bounce to my NPCs. I'm just curious what would happen if I like drew my NPCs up as well. I know what's gonna happen, but I just want to try it. Okay, so I'll just draw it under my player like for now. Never mind. Okay, let me actually get my collision logic first. So if my player dot collides with my NPC. Okay, if my player collides with my NPC, wrecked. My bad. Copy that, paste it here. Okay, if my player collides with my NPC wrecked, my collision per frame is going to be set to true. Let me copy that, paste it here, equals to true. Okay, and then outside my for loop, let me go with if collision. I forgot how to break. Okay, if collision per frame and not collision, if my collision per frame is set to true and collision is set to true, I will print boom collision. There we go. Okay, and then let me set my collision equal to my collision per frame. Okay, let's run the command. Now, if I were to go here, okay, let me actually fix my bounce logic first. It might, okay, greater than or equal to 800 with less than or equal to 0. NPC y-axis. Honestly, guys, I might have to use the restroom real quick. Been drinking a lot of water. Probably because of that, I can't think. Give me a check. Actually, let me drink water. The water just splashed in my eyes. Okay, give me a sec, guys. I'll use the restroom real quick, and we're back. Alright, mic testing, mic testing. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I had to use the restroom real quick. Okay, let's see where my logic was messed up. So if my NPC at x-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 with, okay, I'm pretty sure this part is 100% correct. The reason my bounce isn't working could be because I gotta draw my NPC like up there. Okay, let me actually copy this. Okay, and then paste it here. NPC movement, let me actually go with NPC graphics. Okay, I know that I didn't need an NPC graphics here. Let me change this to NPC. Copy that because I'm way too lazy to type it out. Paste it, copy that. Paste it, paste it, paste it. Alright, perfect. Okay, that should be my NPC graphics. Does this change anything? Okay, it just prints twice and it comes here. So I guess it doesn't change a thing. I'm pretty sure my bounce logic is correct, right? Okay, let me copy. Eliminate. Huh. Okay, it says boom collision. What if I hit it once? Okay, that's a lot of collisions. That's definitely 60 frames per second. Okay, my collision logic is kind of messed up. I break. So did I drew my object? If player.collision, did I fill my screen? Okay, I filled my screen. That screen fill is here. Okay. If collision and not collision, boom collision, x-axis, x-axis. So if my NPC at x-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 width, if my NPC at y-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at y-axis is greater than or equal to 600 minus my NPC's height. It should bounce, honestly. It flickers, so the reason it's flickering could be because is definitely because of the graphics that it's flickering. Let's see. They both are outside of my for loop. That's my collision logic. Something is broken here as well. Collision, and if my player collides with my NPC rect that I drew here with. Okay, they are colored properly. Only the two of these. Okay, my NPC at x-axis moves. Okay, NPC at y-axis velocity. My NPC at y-axis velocity equals to my NPC at y-axis velocity. NPC loop. Okay, NPC movements. NPC moves perfectly. My NPC bounce score is correct. Did I like? Let me actually just check the reference. Okay, this is correct. Collision for NPC and NPCs with okay, and collision. Okay, it's all correct. There is collision equals to false. Okay, so my player isn't colliding yet. Is it because I don't gotta draw my graphics up here? So I iterated over my okay, first my event loop, then my player movements, that's okay, and then screen.fill, I drew my player, then I iterated over my NPCs, drew my NPC. Okay, this might be where I messed up. I drew my NPCs. If I run this, they move perfectly. Alright, so I drew my NPCs, then I moved my NPCs. Collision detection. This part of my loop is correct. Okay. Honestly, yeah, it is probably because I didn't. Last time when I drew my NPCs, there were 2 NPCs. Although, let's see. Player details. Okay, and then I have my is running, player graphics, player movements. It's the same thing if this is before or after this. Then let me go ahead inside my NPCs. Let me add a comment that says NPC movement. Okay, so in my NPC movement, let's see. Let me I gotta add a pygame.draw.rect. Honestly, yeah, because I didn't. Okay, I did practically draw my rectangle here. Something. K.rect. Huh. A typo. Okay, so pygame.draw.rect. Okay, I want to draw on my screen. I want the color to be red. I want the surface to be my NPC at index of x-axis, then NPC at index of y-axis, then NPX, NPC at index of y-axis, and then NPC at index of width, and then NPC NPC at index of height. Just ignore my typos, I can type. And add them in a tuple. How did I mess up even after I spelled it correct? There we go. Okay, I drew my NPCs as well now. My NPCs are drawn. Okay, maybe I set my pygame.draw.rect honestly, let me copy that, paste it equals to that, and then delete this whole thing. Might not need it. NPC rect. Okay, actually I might need it. Then I wouldn't need it here. Okay, what was the difference here? Okay, that's just my rect. That's like I'm creating a object. Here I drew that object. Okay, so here I just create the object. If I create the object, I don't need to add a tuple. Okay. I wouldn't even need screen or the color. I'll just need the x-axis, y-axis, width and height. Okay. Will this bounce? This won't bounce. My bounce movement is supposed to be correct, right? Let me actually check if I'm audible. And I should keep my back posture correct. I just realized I was completely bending. Maybe drink some coffee, or it's not coffee actually. It's kind of bitter now. And eat something so my brain starts working. Yeah, let me analyze this code once. Okay. Alright, so bounce of walls. Okay, if that happens, if my NPC at x-axis is less than or equal to 0, my NPC at x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 minus my NPC's width, I do that. Same thing with my y. Okay. Collision equals to collision underscore this underscore frame. Is this part wrong that I did? I'm pretty sure I did this correct. Okay, I'm pretty sure my condition is correct. If my NPC at x-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at x-axis is greater than or equal to 800 minus my NPC's width, NPC at x-axis asterisk equals to -1. If my NPC at y-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at y-axis is greater than or equal to 600 minus my NPC's height, my NPC at y-axis asterisk equals to -1. False, false. Here my collision is true. I'm pretty sure it's not my position, right? Oh, let me try to brainstorm this real quick. Maybe x-axis. I added velocities for them. I gave them their separate velocities. For NPC and NPCs, my keys, my player keys is above mine. What happens if I do this? Copy that. This shouldn't make any difference, honestly. It's worth a try though. There, see? Doesn't make any difference. Okay, it print boom collision once though. Why did it do that? Okay, because it collided from here. It printed once, so that's good. If I touch it, okay, that spams my collision now. Okay, my collision logic might be correct. My indentation for loop is outside my for loop. Actually, might just have sensei. Okay, let me copy that. Get sensei here. Paste it, add a bunch of space, sensei. Sensei, I feel like I messed up again, question mark. Vivek, what is this rectangle nonsense? Did I say rectangle was a rectangle? No, I said circle versus rectangle. You literally ignored the new rule I gave your players. Supposed to be a circle, not a fat black rectangle wandering around. Let me break it down so your brain doesn't short circuit this time. Step 1, player should be a circle. Okay, I just want to see what Alright, so max NPC. Circle versus rectangle collision. Honestly, wait, hold up. Let me say, Sensei, I wanna work a bit more on rectangle versus rectangle. So my code looked correct, question mark. Where did mess up, question mark. I see what you're doing, Vivek. You're stalling by asking is it correct instead of reading your own code carefully. I read it so many times. Let's dissect this line by line, because yes, you did mess up. I read this so many times. If NPC at x-axis is less than or equal to 0, or NPC at x-axis greater than or equal to 800 minus my NPC's width, same goes with y-axis. You're flipping the position instead of flipping the velocity. Guys, this is like worth making memes over. I was so stupid. I've been reading this. How didn't I? Oh. Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing in a way. I don't even know what to say, guys. There we go. Okay, prints boom collision once. Oh my gosh, everything was correct. Yep, I don't take credit for this question, guys. Wait, hold up. Is that multiple collisions? It does print once, right? Okay. Let me wait to get collided. Actually, let me cancel this. Start it again. I'm gonna have one collision. Okay, boom collision. Let it collide again real quick. There you go. Okay, I want all the objects to collide. Okay, there we go. I want this object to collide now. Okay. Did it collide? I'm pretty sure it did. Wait. How many times did that object even collide with me? Okay, this object start colliding. I want my other object to collide now. That collided again. That collided. Now I want this object to collide. There are 3 collisions right now printed. There are 4 collisions printed. Okay, I'll assume it works. That was so stupid of me. Alright, your flipping positions, your velocity, fix the velocity mistake. Okay, now let me actually try. Okay, I feel like I got a good grasp on squares. Let me actually go with circles. And I didn't even go through game logic this stream. What? My title literally says game logic. I've been stuck with collision detection. Sensei, just curious. What did I have to do for the game logic part? Because I've been I've been streaming for like, let's see, okay, for 3 hours and 30 minutes, for 3 hours and, excuse me guys, and 30 minutes, but I didn't touch game logic yet. I feel like I might not be ready for it, question mark. Let's see. Okay, but I didn't want my thumbnail and title to be a clickbait, so ... I just wanted to know what game logic means. Okay, let's see. Good question, Vivek. You're finally thinking like a dev instead of just typing code blindly. What is game logic? Game logic equals to the rules of the game world. It's not about graphics or movement, it's about what happens when. Okay, think of it like the law of physics and rules of chess combined. Physics rules, collision, boundaries, gravity, etc. Game rules, win/lose, conditions, scoring, objectives, power-ups. Okay, examples of game logic. Collision reactions. Right now you detect player.collide rect NPC. Okay, logic decides. The player loses a life. Does the NPC explode? Do we print booms? Score system. Coins plus 10. Time survived +1 point per second. Win/lose. Lose if HP equals 0. Win if you reach the finish line. NPC behavior rules. Enemy chess player. Enemy chases player. Enemy bounces forever. Okay. Position changes. Attach half HP. Okay. Power-ups ability. Touch a star. Become invincible. Ooh. Eat a mushroom. Grow. Why you feel not ready? You are ready. You're always doing the baby form of game logic. You made NPCs bounce off walls, rules of the world. You made collision detection. Okay, reaction rule, that's game logic. Only difference now is adding rewards, consequences, and objectives. So it's truth. Your stream title wasn't clickbait. You did work on game logic, just the foundation layer. Game logic doesn't magically start when you add score or HP. You've been building it all along. Want me to show you a simple scoring system like +1 point per second survive, reset, collision happens, yes. Honestly, Sensei, the thing that I've been working on is to master my circle and rect first. So like, I don't know how to phrase it. I've been mastering mastering my circle and rect first, so I get used to their bounce code, their bounce code blocks, their I don't know, their collision code blocks, if you know what I mean, question mark. Okay, good. That's exactly what you should be doing right now. Don't rush into big game logic when your hands aren't yet automatic with Rex and circles. Here's how your sensei sees it. Stage 1. you right now, mastering rect and circle movement, bounce, and collisions. This is like a swordsman practicing swing until his body does it without thinking. Stage 2, once collision and bounce are muscle memory, then you can add consequences. If collide, lose life. If bounce, change color. If survive, 5 seconds at score. To combine everything into game logic, that's where you'll finally see win/lose conditions, scoring, and objectives. This way, your practicing is perfect. Every time you write a rect or circle, make it move, make it bounce, detect collisions, you're loading ammo into your brain so that later when you need it in real game logic, it's instant, no hesitation. Tell me, Vic, do you want Sensei to drill you harder with collision/bounce exercises until your hands just know the code? And like make 5 bounce balls. Okay. Okay, let me say, Sensei, I feel like I can move on to circles, and now I did go through circles last stream and did get a review on rec this stream, so now I just need to keep pushing and doing more questions till I don't get a hang of both the rect and circles. So let's go with ... Can I get instructional based questions on recs and circles randomly, which means a question could be either rect, either circle, or both. Okay, or both ... and also just one question at a time. Ooh, that was a lot. Okay, you're asking for the real training now. You want Sensei to randomly throw rect and circle drills at you one at a time so you don't know what's coming. That's how we hardwire your reflexes. Alright, here's your first instructional challenge. Question number 1. Circle drill. Make a blue circle that starts in the middle of the screen, moves diagonally down right, bounces off walls. When it touches a wall, print bounce in the console. So I gotta add a collision as well. Okay, I guess let me recharge up real quick. Maybe eat something too. I'm really starving. Okay, and then yeah, I couldn't talk while I was eating, so I imported PyGame, initialized PyGame. Now we go with pygame.time.clock for my FPS. I'll add a comment of FPS. Let me go with display and then go with a variable called screen equals to pygame.display.set mode. I'll set a mode of a tuple. My window size is going to be 800 by 600. Okay, and then let me go with the caption. So pygame.display.set caption. Okay, I'll set the caption to something like okay, hold up, I actually realized I had a question. Let me go ahead and ask Sensei a question. Sensei, I forgot I had a question. Question dot dot dot. So when my player goes below 600 or beyond 800, my excuse me guys, my window size, excuse me guys, they leave the windows. So I needed help with my player not leaving the window. How to do that? Question mark. Can we work on that real quick before moving on to doing these instructional based questions? Guys, I'm so slow at typing. I make so many typos. Good catch, Vivek. That's game logic right there. Keeping your player locked inside the arena. Here's how you do it. After moving your player, you clamp its position so it can't escape the screen. Since your player is a PyGame.rect, you can do keep player inside the screen. If player.x-axis is less than 0, player.x-axis equals 0. If player.x-axis is greater than 0, minus player.width, player.x-axis equals to 800. If player.x-axis, if player.y-axis equals to 0, player.y-axis equals to 0. Is less than 0, player.y-axis equals 0. If player.y-axis is greater than 600 minus my player.height, player.y-axis equals to 600 minus my player.height. This way, even if you press the key like a maniac, the player won't go outside the 800 by 600 window. Drill for you, Titta. I'll just clap your latest rectangle code in your block, Titta. Okay, Sensei, I got you. Please tell me I can actually... There you go, nice. Control-Shift-Z. Okay, there you go. So it should be velocity. Change that to velocity. And now, here's my player movement. Let me add another comment that says trap player in arena. And guys, yeah, I'm getting kind of funky because I'm a little tired. So let's go with, if my player dot x-axis is less than 0, I will do player dot x-axis equals to 0. Same thing. If my player dot x-axis is greater than 800, which is my window size, let me go with minus my player dot width. Okay, why minus my player dot width? Because my player's x-axis is going to be the center of my player. So if this is my rectangle, that's going to be my center. So it's going to go halfway through the screen and stop. But minus the width is going to be like it touches the screen and stops. If that made any sense. Minus my player's width. Let me go with player dot x-axis equals to 800. Let me do the same thing with y-axis. My player dot y-axis is less than 0. Let me go ahead and add a player dot y-axis equals to 0. And one last one, if my player dot y-axis is greater than or equal to 600 minus my player dot height greater than. Okay, if that happens, my player dot y-axis equals to 600. Okay, this should trap my player in its screen. Okay, I can exit. I can go there. Okay. I messed up somewhere. Hold up. Let me actually check if this works. Okay, so there's one thing. Y-axis minus my player's width 800 0 600 600. Okay, that honestly should have been correct. Minus my player dot width. Okay, my bad, guys. Okay, minus my player dot height. Alright, now it should stay. So here it stays, boom, stays and stays. Alright, perfect. Okay, I'm getting collided. Alright, let me go with Control A, Control C, get Sensei here. Okay, that wasn't as complicated as I thought it'd be. Finally, something easy to actually learn. And say, it works. Now we can get back to the instructional based question rules. Yes, good job, Warrior. Your player is finally trapped inside the arena like a gladiator who can't escape until the fight is over. Alright, now let's push forward with your instructional drill. Remember, these will be randomized between rectangles and circles, and you only get one question at a time, so you don't overload. Drill 1, make a red circle NPC that bounces around the screen like a rectangle do. Okay, your black player rectangle should collide with it. When they collide, print red versus collision. Red versus circle collision. How hard could that be, guys? Let me lubricate my lips. Okay, I do want to get over with this stream, so let me get that there. Control A, delete that. So let me start off. Oh my gosh, my hands not seen it. Like, my nails are pretty big. I always forget to cut my nails. You guys could see how big that is. I gotta cut it. So import PyGame. Let me initialize my PyGame by doing pygame.init. Okay, so I initialized my PyGame. Now let me add an FPS. So I'll create a variable called clock. Clock equals to pygame.time dot clock, capitalized clock. Let me add a comment maybe that says FPS, and then I'll add a display comment, and I'll create a variable called screen equals to pygame.display.set mode. Okay, let me set my mode to a tuple, which is going to be 800 by 600 pixels, and then go with a caption. So pygame.display.set underscore caption to be, I don't know, something like dodge the balls. Okay, and now let me go ahead and add my player details. So make a red circle NPC that bounces around the screen like a rectangle. Your black player rectangle should collide with it. Okay, so my player is going to be a rectangle. So let me go with, okay, I'm going to be a rectangle, right? So I'll go with my player equals to player pygame dot capitalize rect. Okay, I'll have to add my x-axis, y-axis, width and height. My x-axis is going to be, let's see, my player should be in the top left or in the center left. So 0, my x-axis is going to be 0, y-axis is going to be 300. So my player is going to be like somewhere here in my screen. And then my player's height is going to be, should my player be tiny? Honestly, yeah, let my player be tiny. So 50 and 50. My width and height is going to be 50 and 50. It's going to be a square. Did it say my player's rectangle? It said my player's rectangle, but I'll keep it square. And then let me add a player underscore velocity equals to, I don't know, something like 8 pixels per frame. Now, how many circles do I need to add? Let's check. Make a red circle NPC that bounces. So just one. I want to make like 3. Let me make 3, guys. Guys, I'm acting a little weird now because I'm a little exhausted. Okay, so let me go with NPC details. NPCs details. Let me go ahead and add a variable. No, NPCs equals to a list of dictionaries. So my NPC's x-axis is going to be, I don't know. Let all NPCs. No, okay. So I'll go with 800. Honestly, let's go with 100. By the y-axis is going to be 300. Okay, and then x-axis, y-axis, width and height. So let me go with width, which is going to be there we go. Okay, what's my width going to be? Let's see. 100. Let's have big NPCs. Actually, let's go with 500. No, I mean, that's too big. 100 sounds pretty good. let's go with my height, which is gonna be 100 as well. It's gonna be a square. Honestly, the width should be small. Do I want to make it like lines? If that made any sense? You know what? Yeah, let's just leave it like this. Okay, and then let me go with a x-axis velocity, which is going to be, let's see, 5 pixels per frame, and like a y-axis velocity. So a y-axis velocity, which is going to be 5 pixels per frame as well. Let me add a comma here. Now copy this whole thing because I'm real lazy to type that whole thing out again. Just got to tweak a few things. So 3 NPCs is pretty good, right? Okay, so I have 3 NPCs. Both have, everything has the same height. Just got to change the x-axis. Let's change this to like 300. Let's change this to 100. Let's change this to, I don't know, 200. Change this to 500. Random directions. Alright, so we got our NPC details. Let me create it. Is running, is underscore running. I'll set that to true while my program is running. Let me add a while loop. So while is running. Okay, let me create my FPS. So clock equals to my bad guys, clock.tick is going to be 60. So this is going to be 60 frames per second. Let me add FPS here. Okay, capital actually looks much better. And then go here and add eventual loops, and then iterate over all my PyGame events. Might have to change my mic, guys. Let me know if my mic stops working. That's gonna be horrible. For every event in my pygame.events.get, this gets all my PyGame events. There we go. Okay, if my event.type equals to pygame.quit, let me set my is running to be equal to false. Okay, and then outside my iteration, outside my for loop, let me go with, let's see, my graphics. Okay, so first let me focus on my player graphics, my player not leaving the arena and everything. So player graphics, there we go. Okay, so for my player graphics, let me go with pygame.draw.rect. I want to draw my rectangle on my screen. My surface is going to be my screen. My player is going to be, okay, what color did Sensei say? Your black player rectangle. So my player is going to be black. Okay, and then my player's attributes. So my player's attributes, since I set this to player rect, it's going to be player's attributes. However, my NPC are going to be my circle. Okay, I'm glad I realized that right now. My NPCs are going to be circles, so I'll not need like a width and height. Instead, I'll need a radius. Okay, I guess let's get to writing a radius. My radius is going to be 50. That's going to be pretty. Let's go with 100. I can always change this. Copy that. Highlight that. Paste it here. And paste this here. Delete that. Delete that. Go here. Delete that. Okay, perfection, guys. I'm glad I realized that right now. Okay, where's my, all right, so that's my player graphics. So it's going to be, my player is going to be black, and my enemy is going to be red. Okay. Actually, let me add a screen.fill. So screen.fill. Okay, so my screen is going to be a good gray color. I should add different colors. I should like memorize a few RGB colors probably. I don't know. Let me drink some water, honestly. Pretty thirsty. Alright, so got my player graphics. Now let me add my player movements. So player movement. Okay, so my player movement is going to be a lot of keys variable. Let's set that equal to my pygame dot key dot get underscore pressed if my key gets pressed. Or well, that gives me access to probably all my keys. Okay, that gets pressed. So if my keys at index of pygame dot uppercase K, if my key is right is going to be positive, I'll go with my player dot x-axis plus equals to my player underscore velocity. Okay, then if my if my keys at index of dot K is gonna be left, if I click my left key, I'll set my player's x-axis to be minus equals to my player's velocity. And then let me go with if my keys at index of pygame dot, if my key is up, if I click the top key, my player dot y-axis is going to be minus equals to my player's velocity. Okay, and lastly, if my keys at index of pygame dot key is, I don't know, like down, let me go with my player dot y-axis plus equals to my player underscore velocity. Okay, there we go. Now let's add another block of code that keeps the player in one position. So player or player walls, that doesn't make sense. Trap player in the window. Okay, this thing traps the player in the window. So to trap the player in the window, let me check. Okay, if player dot x-axis is less than 0, my player at x-axis equals to 0. If my player at x-axis is greater than 800 minus my player dot width, I forgot to add an if statement. If that's this thing, so my player dot x-axis is gonna be 800 minus my player dot width. Equals to. Okay, I might have to blow my nose, guys. Give me a sec. Let me actually just mute myself. I don't want you guys hearing me blowing my nose. Where is it? Okay, there we go. Give me a sec, guys. Let me actually find where's my group. Okay, there we go.
Don't wanna sleep in, cause I got something to prove. I gotta take what I hate and finally make a move.
Okay, there you go, I'm back. Let me just lock that again and get that here. Alright, perfect. Yeah, I just wanted to even hide my screen. Okay, let me go ahead and go with if my player dot y-axis is less than 0, I will set my player dot y-axis to be equal to 0, and the same thing I did with my x-axis. If my player dot y-axis is greater than 600 minus my player dot height, okay, I will set my player dot y-axis to be equal to 600 minus player dot height. There we go. Okay, this should trap my player in one place. Let me actually check that. I will go here and do a pygame dot display dot flip. Flip is the same thing as pygame dot display dot update. Maybe add a space here, go here, and then go with pygame dot display dot quit. Okay, perfect. I have my event loop right. Okay, there. Oh, that's a tiny window. Okay, it's blocked, it's blocked, it's blocked, and it's blocked. Perfection, guys. Okay, next up, now that my player settings are done, let me go ahead and add my NPC graphics. Okay, for my NPC graphics, let me check it. Okay, for my NPC graphics, let me go with for every NPC in my list of NPCs. I need to be careful with this. My NPCs are circles now. I need to draw my NPCs. So to draw my NPC, I will go with pygame.draw.circle. I want to draw it on the screen. I want my NPCs to be red circles. Now I gotta be really careful with this part. I have x-axis, y-axis, that's going to be the center of my NPC. So this is going to be in a tuple. My x-axis, actually, my NPC at index of x-axis. Okay, and then my NPC at index of y-axis, and then outside my tuple, my NPC at index of radius. There we go, guys. That draws my NPC. If I were to run the command, I'll have the NPC. Oh my gosh, I just have 3 big balls, but that does make sense. Next up, inside of my for loop as well, let me go ahead and add my NPC movement. So I gotta move my circles. Okay, what actually moves is my NPC's x-axis and my NPC's y-axis. I gotta add them with my NPC's velocity. So my NPC at index of x-axis plus equals to my NPC at index of my x-axis velocity. Now let's go with my, this is my y-axis. I'll just add both movements because I don't gotta do them with every single NPC because it's all NPCs here. So minus plus plus equals to my NPC at index of y underscore velocity. Okay, and honestly, guys, give me a sec. I just gotta send a message to somebody real quick. Let me just send something real quick saying that might stream for a bit longer. Is that okay? Question mark. Okay, send the text. Now I want to buy more time because guys, it's 6 o'clock, but I still gotta stream. I mean, I'm not done with my concept. Okay, added NPC movements. Let me go ahead and add my NPC bounce. Okay, for my NPC bounce, let's go with if my NPC at index of x-axis is less than or equal to 0. Okay, or my NPC at index of x-axis is greater than or equal to 800, which is my window size, minus my NPC at index of, I can't add width, so I'll have to add my NPC at index of radius. Okay, if my NPC minus my NPC at index of radius. Okay, there we go. Okay, If my NPC at x is or my NPC at index is less than or equal to 800 minus my NPC at index radius. Do I need to add my NPC at index radius? I do actually. Okay, I will do something. Let's go with my NPC at index of my x-axis. Actually, my NPC is velocity. So my x-axis velocity is going to be asterisk equals to -1. Let's do that with the y-axis. If my NPC at index of x-axis, since it's a circle, I'll go with minus my NPCs at index of radius, okay, is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of y-axis is greater than or equal to 600 minus my NPC. Oh guys, my leg's getting a cramp. Okay, minus my NPC radius. Okay, so NPC at index of my, okay, this time my y velocity of my NPC is going to be asterisk equals to -1. Oh, I got a reply. Wait, how long? Okay. Okay, my NPC should bounce with this logic now. There we go. We got 3 big balls bouncing. Duh. Okay, I feel like I messed up somewhere. I might not need radius. At least they're bouncing, guys. Okay, they do come. Control C. I do want to check one small thing though. Okay, this is where I did my collision with my NPCs. Radius. Okay, this part was correct. But I mean, my bounce does work. Like, I'm not saying it doesn't work. It works, but they kinda exit the map. Are my proportions correct? 800, 600. Let me shrink this a bit. Player at x-axis, player at y-axis. 800 by 600. Why do they kind of exit all these screens? Is it because of their radius is too big? So it just overlaps it? What if I change the radius down to 50? That's going to be a reasonable radius. Okay, now if I run the command. Okay, they still exit the top part. Let's see. So they do exit. Oh, I added x-axis here. My bad, guys. Y-axis. Okay, yeah, that was kind of stupid of me. Alright, perfect, guys. Now it doesn't matter. Let me change the NPC's radius back to 100. 100, 100, and 100. Oh wait, let me just go here and type dev PM. Okay, now it's gonna work. Let's go to the question. There we go. They're all stuck in the map now. Perfection in a cup, guys. Actually, perfection in Python. Now let's add a collision logic. My collision logic is going to be outside my NPC graphics for loop. So okay, let me go with. But okay, we can watch it here. I mean, guys, give me a sec. I got this thing. I'm just asking if I can stream for longer. Let me say, maybe 950 question mark. Do you guys like what a comment question mark? I'm not like done with my work, so yeah. Okay, now let me add a comment that says NPC collision. Let me actually add a collision detection. Alright, so for my collision detection, let me actually eat something. I'm kind of starving. I will add a collision variable here. Collision equals to, I don't know, like false, because I haven't collided with anyone yet. Okay, and then for my collision detection, let me add a collision per frame equals to false as well, because I didn't collide with anyone yet. Okay, now create it. Now let me add a for loop for every NPC in my NPCs list of my dictionaries. Let me add a if statement maybe. Let me check something. Okay. Alright, so for every NPC in my NPCs, I gotta check for specific collisions. If my let's see, for every collision per frame equals to false for every NPC in my collision, I mean for every NPC in my NPCs, if my okay, so to collide, I can't use my collide rect here. Might have to use the if any actually. Like if I go here, I did need, okay, so I just needed a collide if any, and then if for NPCs. Oh, this is where I even need my formula. Let's see if it works this way. If any, an iterable for every for every collision in my let me just check the reference of the for loop. Was there a for loop? I'm pretty sure we needed a for loop as well. No, not this for loop, like a conditional expression for loop. Maybe not. I think it's different for circles. Let me go ahead and open my Discord. Guys, a quick shameless plug. You guys can join it if you didn't join it yet, but I did write my formula here. So that's my formula. Take two circles, each has a center point x1, y1. Oh, I gotta add these also, and x2, y2, and each has a radius r1 and r2. So I gotta add a tiny update to my list here. So this is going to be x1, x1, x1. Excuse me guys, x1, y1, x2, y2. Okay, hold up. What was up with the x1, y1? Take two circles. Each has a center point. I see. And each has a radius. This is to check if two circles collide with each other. I want to check if a circle and a rectangle collides with each other. So I might not need x1, y1s. There we go. Alright, so if any, so I gotta add my formula. Oh my gosh, just get this in my other screen. Just get this in my other screen. Check my formula. Okay, so now distance equals to okay, I've got to, let me import my math module. Import math. Alright, so I imported math, and now the square root of x2 minus x1. Here my x1 is my player, x2 minus x1. Let's assume x2 2 is my player. Okay. So I gotta go with math.squirt. Okay, math.squirt. So the square root of x2, let's say x2 is my player. So player at x-axis minus my NPC at index of x-axis. Okay, to the power of 2 asterisk asterisk 2. Am I doing something wrong? Okay, let me trust the process. Maybe add this thing here. Plus. Okay, this should be squared. This should be a tuple. Actually, never mind. Let's just try it like this first. Plus my player dot y-axis minus my NPC at index of y-axis. I'm outside my for loop, so okay, I gotta be inside my for loop. Okay. To the power of 2 asterisk asterisk 2. I could use the power function as well, but honestly, might as well, guys. Let's use the power function. I mean, asterisk asterisk equals 2. It does make sense as well, but I want to use power for some reason. Okay, so power. Okay. There. Okay. Power to the power of 2. Okay, am I doing something wrong? Math.squirt is the power of my player x minus my NPC at index x to the power of 2 plus. Okay, my math.squirt should be all over, so okay, my square root starts here. First my any has a parentheses, my math.square root has a parentheses, so the square root of this whole thing, and then pow. Okay, I might have to add a pair of parentheses here, a tuple and a tuple here. That didn't fix anything. Okay, plus pow player y-axis. My pow starts there, ends there, pow. Honestly, I'll stick with asterisks. I'll go with the more complicated stuff later, I guess. What works, I should stick with that first. I mean, honestly, I did want to know what the other stuff could do, but I'll check that in a bit. Okay, I go with any, and then if my distance is less than or equal to r1 plus r2, the circle overlaps collision. If my okay, distance, so actually I might not add it. Power of 2, which is less than or equal to my okay, so my radius 1, so my radius 1 is going to be my NPC, so my NPC at index of radius minus my player dot x-axis and player. Does that make sense? Can I use and? plus. Is there is doesn't make sense. Is it legal to use and here? I don't know. Okay, let me go down. Alright, I will print something if that's true. Let me go ahead and print something like, I don't know, or print something like, I don't know. Boom, you collided. Okay, this logic should be it. If I go here, oh, I gotta add something else. So if colliding and not collision. Oh, I could have just added math.hypot. I just need the coordinates, but that's for my circle. Okay, I'll stick with what I did. Okay, my any shouldn't be an if. It should be colliding. Colliding equals to any. Let me indent that. Okay, now the whole thing is acting a little weird. Oh, okay, that's where we actually need to add our this thing. Okay, now it might make sense. Can copy that. Okay, that's the reason we add our for loop there. I would need this. That's the reason we need our for NPC and NPCs. Although we are using uppercase NPC. Let me paste it. Paste it. There we go. I won't print this here. I will copy this though. Okay, and then outside, if colliding is true, if this condition is matched and not collision, my collision is set to false, is going to be true. I will print. Okay, let me go with Control C, Control Z, Control C, Control V. Okay, print. Boom, you collided. Okay, and then did I need something else? Else if not colliding, collision equals false. Okay, so that's like a default to set collision equal to false. Something doesn't feel right though. I wouldn't need my frames here. Else if not. Oh, okay. Else if not colliding, my collision is gonna be equal to false. Let's see if this works. Value error, math domain error. Math domain. Okay, honestly, I didn't expect to even get this correct because I never worked with squares and circles hitting each other. Yeah, honestly, let me copy that because I didn't know the logic to start with. Let me paste this. Add a bunch of space. Let's say I actually don't know how to collide rects and circles together, question mark. Good. You're asking the right questions, soldier. That's exactly where you're supposed to be struggling right now. Rect versus rect is easy because PyGame has collide built in, but for your rect versus circle, PyGame doesn't give you a direct helper. You gotta use math trick. How to detect rect versus collide circle versus circle collision. We need to check if rect center is close enough to the rectangle. Okay, honestly guys, I don't want to like risk it. Let me actually replace my mics. Okay, give me a sec. Go here. Close this mic. Testing. Okay, and then use this mic. There we go. And just keep this mic for charging here. Okay, there we go. Keep it there. Alright, perfect. Okay, let's see. Find the closest point on the rectangle to the circle's center. Clamp circles X to rectangle's left/right. Circles Y to rectangle's top/bottom. Find the closest point on the rectangle to the circle center. Closest X equals to max player.left min. I gotta probably drink some water and be a little hydrated. Okay, maybe eat something as well. Okay, so find the closest point on the rectangle to the circle center. Clamp circles X to rectangles left/right. Clamp circles X. Okay, circles X-axis to rectangles left/right. Circles Y-axis to rectangles top/bottom. Closest X equals to player.left. Minimum circles X with players right. Okay. Measure the distance from that closest point to circle's center. dx equals circle X minus closest X. Excuse me guys, distance Y equals circle Y minus closest Y. Distance equals to math.squared. Distance X to the power of 2 plus distance Y to the power of 2. If distance is less than circle's radius, collision. Fix your collision loop like this. For NPC, in NPCs, I draw my NPC, I add my NPC's x-axis, I add movement to my NPC, automated movement to my NPC. If my NPC add a bounce, collision detection closest X, okay, max min, okay, distance X, NPC X minus closest X, distance Y, NPC Y minus closest Y, distance equals math.squared, distance X asterisk to the power of 2 plus distance Y to the power of 2 if distance is less than NPC's radius. If not, collide. If my collision is set to true, print rect versus circle collision. Collision equals true, else collision equals false. Your task: replace your broken collision code with honestly, let me say, Sensei, even if it makes sense, I honestly, actually let me go with, honestly having a hard time figuring the code out in theory, plus I don't have it as my muscle memory, if that made any sense, guys. I can't think. I want to, or could you actually explain me everything in detail, question mark? Guys, ignore my typos. In detail, question mark. I'm trying to phrase the question, guys. Give me a sec. In detail. I'm having a hard time figuring this out. I don't have it in my muscle memory. Could you actually explain me in detail? Okay. Why do I need the max/min function? Why do I need the, guys, I feel like if I just type a little slower, it's gonna be faster than this. Instead of adding so many typos. Okay. Why do I need the max/min function, etc. and all those details that's added? Okay. dot dot dot. I know that it works, but I don't know why it works. Thinking longer for a better answer. Explaining circle rect collision. Guys, this is second time honestly I've seen Sensei think for this long. Once there was when I asked like to start a script, Sensei thought for like 54 seconds. There you go, thought for 14 seconds. Sensei is pretty fast. Okay, Vivek, focus. You don't need what, you need why. Here's the whole mechanic of circle versus rectangle collision, nice and slow. The idea in one sentence: find the closest point on the rectangle to the circle's center. If that closest point is within the circle's radius, then collide. That's it. Everything else is just math to compute that closest point. I'm real horrible at math, guys. Okay, why we use max and min, aka clamping. Takes one axis at a time, x first, then y. For a rectangle with left, right, the closest x coordinate on the rect to a point cx is closest x-axis is. For a rectangle with left, right, the closest x coordinate on the rectangle to a point is closest x equals clamp cx left, right, equals to max left min cx right. If closest x-axis is left of the rect, closest x is less than left. Closest x becomes left. If cx is inside the rect, left is less than or equal to cx, which is less than or equal to right. Closest x stays cx. If cx is right of the rect, cx is greater than right, closest x becomes right. Do the same for y with top and bottom. This clamp is why you see max min. It forces the circle's center to snap to the nearest point or on or inside the rectangle. Y distance decides collision. Once you've got the closest point, closest underscore x, closest underscore y, the shortest vector from the circle to the rect is this distance x equals closest x minus cx minus closest x. Distance y equals cy minus closest y. If the circle's center is inside the rect, closest point is the center itself. Distance x equals distance y, which equals to 0. Distance equals 0, definitely colliding. Alright. If the center is horizontally aligned with the rect but above/below dx, distance x equals 0, dx is the vertical gap. If the center is diagonal near a corner, distance is the corner gap via Pythagoras. Okay, distance test. Distance underscore squared equals to distance x asterisk distance x plus distance y asterisk distance y. Collide if distance underscore squared is less than or equal to radius asterisk radius. We use square distance to avoid the expensive squared. Same truth faster. Tiny ASCII intuition. PSQ. Okay, let me read. Circles x-axis, circles y-axis. That's the dot. Shortest line. Rectangle. Closest point. Wait, is that a rectangle if I look at it carefully? Okay, I thought this line here was a rectangle. Am I? That little line is what we're measuring. I see. If it's shorter than the radius, the circle reaches the rect. Drop-in function, memorize this. Okay, I gotta memorize this. Define rect underscore circle underscore collide rect cx cy radius. closest x equals max rect dot left min c x rect dot right, closest y equals max rect dot top min cy rect dot bottom, dx direction x equals circle x minus closest y, direction y equals circle y axis minus closest y, return dx asterisk dx, which means dx multiplied by dx plus dy multiplied by dy, which is less than or equal to radius multiplied by radius. Use it like if rect underscore circle underscore collide player npc at x-axis at index of x, npc at index of y-axis, npc at index of radius, collision, common mistake you were making and how to dodge them, using pygame.draw.rect to get a rect that draws and returns a rect. Don't draw in your detection. Use pygame.rect to construct a detection rectangle rect. Keep drawing separate. Testing circle versus rectangle with collide rect, that's rect only. Use the clamp distance method above. Bouncing circles with bounce, remember edges are x plus equals to radius, y plus equals to radius if cx minus r is less than or equal to 0, or cx plus r is greater than or equal to width. Vx asterisk equals to -1, same for y. Muscle memory mantra, say it in your head while coding. Reset flag loop enemies clamp dx dy disk to the power of 2, which is less than or equal to r to the radius to the power of 2 set flag. After loop edge trigger print update flag. Yes, I want you to actually memorize that rhythm. I see. Am I still audible? Okay. Many upgrades you can do right now. Refactor your loop to use the helper collision. This frame falls for every NPC in my NPCs. Draw and move circle pygame.draw.circle screen red NPC x y da da da. Okay, I draw my circle. Guys, I literally feel my brain is pulsing. What? Okay, I draw my circle. NPC at x-axis plus equals to NPC at velocity. I never use a semicolon in Python. Might have to ask what does the semicolon do. If NPC at x-axis minus NPC at radius is less than or equal to 0, or NPC at x-axis plus NPC at index of radius is greater than or equal to 800. Detect rect versus circle. Your next single drill, make one red circle radius 60, bounce around. Okay, all that later. Let me actually take a screenshot of everything I need to memorize. That's ASCII. Okay, that's my ASCII. Wait, did I take that long to just read this part? Y views aka clamping for rectangle. Okay. Tiny ASCII intuition. Honestly, guys, I might just take a quick screenshot. I don't know if my screenshot is gonna mess with my live. Let me just take a picture with my phone. Give you a sec, guys. Important stuff. Gotta memorize this off stream. Alright, so let me take a picture of this. Yeah, I'll need this. Memorize this. Okay, let's memorize this. Okay. Use it like. Okay, maybe I take a picture of that as well. Okay. Common mistakes. Muscle memory memorizes in your head. Perfect. Those were the only three things I had to memorize. Now, let me go ahead and say, Sensei, I didn't understand a thing. ... I need to do it physically. Guys, ignore my typos. I didn't understand a thing. I need to do it physically. Can we do a mini exercise maybe? Okay, a mini exercise maybe. question mark. Okay, so I understand the math part. I mean, I don't understand the math part. I understand the logic behind the math part. Let me say, I um I understand the logical theory. Oh, guys, ignore my typos. What? I understand the logical theory behind the math part. Let me use a fancy word. However, I wouldn't be able to use it when I want to because I don't have practice to use it. Dot dot dot. If that makes any sense. Okay. Yes, that makes sense, Vivek. Theory without muscle memory is useless. You need to drill it until your fingers do the thinking for you. So let's do a step-by-step mini exercise. I'll break it down into tiny moves. You'll code one piece at a time, run it and tell me what happens. Yes, finally, math is getting added. Yes! Math is getting added. So exciting, guys. Step 1. Set up playground. Forget bouncing and collisions for a moment. Forget bouncing and collision for a moment. Just make one black rectangle, the player movable with arrows, trapped inside screen, one red circle, static, not moving. Your job, write that code, keep it short and clean, no collisions yet. Step 2. They get all steps, what? Actually, let me say, Sensei, can I get one step at a time, question mark. There we go. Okay, yes, one step at a time, focus sharp, Step 1, playground setup, write the code, draw a black rectangle, player, you can move with arrow keys, draw a red circle static somewhere on the screen, make sure the rectangle can't leave the window, don't worry about collisions yet. Honestly, I might use the restroom real quick. Yeah, I've been drinking a lot of water. Actually, I didn't even drink that much water. Probably that's why I can't think properly, because I didn't drink much water. Alright. Actually, give me a second, guys. I'll use the restroom real quick and I'll be right back. Alright, mic testing, mic testing. Okay, there we go, perfect. Let me go here. Alright, let's write that code first. So let me go with Control A, delete everything. Let me import PyGame, initialize PyGame, pygame.init. There we go. Okay, and then let me add FPS. So clock equals to pygame dot time dot, excuse me guys, clock, um okay, there we go. Add a comment maybe of FPS, and then add another comment for display. Add a screen variable. Let's set that equal to pygame dot display dot set mode. Let me set the mode to a tuple of 800 by 600 pixels. Okay, and then let me go with pygame dot display dot set underscore caption. I'll set the caption to something like hit the ball. Okay, and then let me go with my player details. Okay, so my player is going to be a rectangle, right? So let's go with player equals to player dot rect, actually pygame dot rect, pygame dot rect. Okay, so my rectangle is going to be x-axis, y-axis, width and height. So let's give my player the center left corner, so 0 and 300. The width is going to be 50, height is going to be 50. Honestly, that's it. I just need to add a player underscore velocity now. Equals to 8 pixels per frame. Okay, and I gotta add like what color? So a red circle and a black. Okay, this thing. So I gotta add a red circle now. Let me go ahead and add my NPC details. Since it's just one NPC, let me go ahead and add my NPC. Actually, NPC equals to a dictionary. Let's go with an x-axis. My NPC's x-axis is going to be, let my NPC be at the center of my screen. Okay, so the center is going to be 400. My NPC's y-axis is going to be 300. That's going to be approximately in the center of my screen. My NPC's radius is going to be, let's see, my NPC's radius is going to be, let's make the NPC quite big. Actually, let's go with 50. Okay, there we go. And then NPC's velocity, but for now my NPC is going to be static. I'll still keep the velocity. So my x underscore velocity, my NPC's x-axis velocity is going to be 5 pixels per frame, and my y velocity is going to be 5 pixels per frame as well. Okay, and then I'll drink some water because hydration is important. Okay, I'm just having one NPC for now. It's going to be a static NPC. That's all I need, most basically. Now, I wouldn't need movement for my NPC. I wouldn't need bounce for my NPC. That's all I needed. Let me indent it and go with... Actually, let me add a is underscore running and set that equal to true. And then add a while loop. So while is underscore running, while my program is running, let me go ahead and add my FPS. Clock.tick is going to be 60. And maybe add a comment here that says FPS, and then add an event loops comment and iterate over my PyGames events. So for every event in my pygame.event.get, I will look for a specific event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, I will set my is underscore running to be equal to false. Then let's work on my graphics now. Okay, so 4 more graphics. Let me go with, let's see whose graphics do I want to draw first. My players. Okay, let's go with my players graphics. So player graphics. So my players graphics is here, and let's see. For my players graphics, let me go with pygame dot draw dot. Okay, here's the thing. Since I did send me to draw, okay, I did add a rect, so I'll just draw a rect. And let me go with, I want to draw my object on my screen. I want the color of my object to be black, and the rest attributes are going to be my player. Okay, and then that's my player graphics. I will add a pygame dot display dot flip to update my display. Okay, and then I'll go with a pygame dot quit. Okay, let me just check if my screen is there, and let me go with screen dot fill. I don't know, maybe like a good gray screen. What a surprise. All my screens are gray. That's the only RPG color that I know. RGB color. Okay, I have a good black square here. Nice. Now let me add movements. Okay, let me go with player key movement, or just go with player movement. Actually, key makes more sense. Player key movement. I'll add a keys variable. I'll set that equal to pygame dot key dot get underscore pressed if my key gets pressed. Let's see. What am I gonna do if my key gets pressed? Oh, guys, I'm just exhausted. Ignore me if I just be talking clumsily. Keys at index of pygame dot k. If my key is right, if my right key is pressed, I'll go with my player at x-axis plus equals to my player underscore velocity. Okay, if my keys at index of pygame dot, I don't know, k underscore left, so left is going to be minus, so my player dot x-axis is going to be minus equals to my player underscore velocity. If my player, and then that, if my player dot y-axis, actually, if my keys at index of pygame dot k is up, there we go. Okay, so my player dot, let me zoom in a little, like, how are you guys gonna see it? There we go. So my player dot y-axis is going to be plus equals to my player's velocity. Lastly, if my keys at index of pygame dot k underscore is down, okay, I'll go with player dot y-axis minus equals to my player underscore velocity. I'm way too lazy to type that out. Let me paste it. Okay, my player should be able to move nicely now. Up, okay, up goes down. I always mess this up. Let's go with right, left, up, down. Okay, so plus, minus, minus, plus. I don't know. I'll keep a rhythm of me going. There we go. My player can move freely. Now let's trap my player inside arena. Let me go ahead and add another one. A comment that says trap player. Let me title case all this. Like trap player in arena. Okay, so now I want to title case our trap my players in the arena. Here's the math, not math. Here's the if statement. So if my player at x-axis, or if my player at x-axis is less than 0, my player at x-axis is going to be equal to 0. If my player dot x-axis is greater than 800 minus my player dot width, my player dot x-axis is going to be equal to 800 minus my player dot width. Maybe I add a colon here. I spelled width wrong. Okay, now let's go with the y-axis. If my player dot y-axis is less than 0, my player at, I don't know, y-axis equals to 0. If my player, this is the final one, if my player dot y-axis is, let's see, greater than 600, which is my display size, my window size, minus my player dot height, which is the vertical. Guys, I've been doing all this, still can't say. Vertical is standing line, right? Horizontal is sleeping line. Gotta memorize that. Okay, so player dot y-axis equals to 600 minus my player dot height. Nice. This should keep my players stuck in inside the arenas. Okay, I can't go left. Okay, up, down. Perfection in a cup, guys. Perfection in Python. There's no cup here. Okay, next up. Let's see the instructions now. Draw a red circle static somewhere on the screen. Make sure rectangle can't leave. Don't worry about the collisions yet. Okay, so I just got to draw a circle now on the screen. So now I just need a black circle on the screen. That's going to be my NPC. Player graphics. Let's go ahead and add my NPC graphics now. So NPC graphics. A static graphic, let me add. So pygame.draw.circle. So I want to draw my circle on my screen. My circle is going to be red. Now let me add a tuple. I gotta iterate. Actually, I wouldn't have to iterate over my NPC because it's not a list. So let me go with my NPC at index of. Is that NPC? Oh, it's uppercase NPC. My NPC at index of x-axis and my NPC at index of y-axis, and then my NPC at index of radius. Although my NPC at index of radius, Control C, that is going to be outside my tuple. Okay, and now this should draw a static red circle in my screen. The circle is kind of small, honestly. Let me kind of increase the size. Guys, I'm a little picky, okay? Okay, there we go. Nice big circle. This was all since they asked for the moments. So this is the step 1. Let's copy that. Paste it. Done with the step 1, sensei. Yes, that's perfect, Vivek. Your black rectangle moves inside the window and your red circle is drawn. This is step 1 complete. Now step 2, detecting collisions between the rectangle and the circle. We're going to do it manually, no magic. Following this logic, find the closest point on the rectangle to the circle. Use max and min to clamp the circle center inside the rectangle bounds. Closest equals to max dot left. Alright, sensei, I didn't understand it, probably because I never coded it. Guys, ignore my typos. Probably because I never coded it. However, let me lubricate my lips real quick. Okay, and while I lubricate, let me try to phrase my question. Okay, I didn't understand it probably because I never coded it. So I didn't code it. So what is something that I have to do now? If you didn't code something ever, it's not in your muscle memory. You most likely gotta do it. So to do it, what do I gotta do? Oh, got it. So, can I get a layout of how I need to do it? Question mark. Like, can you write a code first that you expected me to write, then explain which goes where and and why. And also I didn't understand much about the dot left, dot left, dot right, dot up, and dot down. Am I audible? Okay, guys. Yes, I can do that. Listen carefully, Vivek. Here's a clean layout of what you need to write for step 2, the collision detection between a rectangle player and circle, which is NPC. Import math. Okay, step 2, collision detection. Put this to the power after NPC and player movement to the power. Step 2A, find closest point on rectangle to the circle center. Excuse me, guys. Okay, find the closest point on rectangle to the center. So closest x-axis, max player dot left, min. Okay, so the max function gets the maximum number, min function gets the minimum number. Max player comma min NPC. Okay, closest y, max player top, min NPC at index of y, player bottom. Step 2b, calculate distance between circle center and that point. Distance equals to math.squared NPC x-axis minus closest x to the power of 2 plus NPC at y-axis minus closest y to the power of 2. Step 2c, collision occurs if distance is less than or equal to radius. Colliding equals distance which is less than or equal to NPC's radius. Step 2b, calculate distance between circle center and that point. Circle center is basically circle's x-axis and y-axis distance. So I have a variable distance, set it equal to math.squared NPC at x-axis minus closest x to the power of 2. My closest x is max. Okay, plus my NPC at index y minus my closest y to the power of 2. Step 3, collision occurs if distance is less than or equal to radius. Colliding equals to distance. So if variable colliding equals to distance which is less than or equals to NPC's radius, my distance is that. If that is less than or equal to my NPC's radius, explanation, player dot left, player dot right, player dot top, player dot bottom. These are the boundary of the rectangle. Left, x coordinate of the left side, right, x coordinate of the right side. Top, y coordinate of the top side, bottom, y coordinate of the bottom side. Use these. Using these, we can figure out where this circle is relative to the rectangle. Max and min, circle x-axis, player dot right. Make sure the point doesn't go beyond the rectangle side. Max player dot left. Make sure the point doesn't go before the rectangle's left side. Result, we get the closest point on the rectangle to center. Distance formula. Classic math, guys. I don't know classic math. I didn't study math. I honestly don't. I never studied much. Squared distance x to the power of 2 plus distance y to the power of 2 gives distance between circle center and closest point on rectangle. Collision check, if the distance is less than or equal to the circle's radius, circle is touching the rectangle's collision. Important, this goes after you update your player position and NPC position, but before you draw anything or update display, Vivek, now here's your mini challenge. Okay, Sensei, I honestly know what max and min does, but but the way I know it is that if I have a list of apples, for example, okay, if I have a list, or let me go and type list. If I have a list of apples, okay, if I have a list of apples, for example, like apples, a list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I do print the max. Okay, the max apples, close this, close that. The output will be 5. And if I did that, if I did that same thing with the min function, the output would be 1. However, guys, I like using fancy words for some reason. However, I've never thought of using the max and min like how you said me to use it. You said me to use it, question mark. And also I don't think and also I don't okay, and also I don't think that I could phrase the code. Can you give me the whole reference code as well so I could analyze it? Okay, guys, ignore my typos. Oh, finally, I see where your brain is hurting, Vivek. Yes, you know max and min for lists, but you're using them in a different way to clamp. What does clamp even mean? We're gonna say, what does clamp mean? Hey, the term clamp refers to device designed in coding. In computer science, clamping or clipping is the process of limiting a value to a range between a minimum and maximum value. Unlike wrapping, clamping merely moves. Is this what clamping means, guys? Clamp is a function? Oh, never mind. We defined a function. Okay. Unlike wrapping, clamping merely moves the point to the nearest available value. Guys, way too much for my puny brains to handle. Okay. Yes, you know, max clamping inside a value range. Think of it like putting a fence around a number. It can go beyond the limit. That's why we do closest equals to max, player left. Oh, player left is going to be my player's left side. So my maximum place where I could go is my player's left side. Minimum is my NPC's x-axis. Player.right. My NPC's x-axis and my player's right side, that's the minimum. Oh my gosh, I don't understand. I understand it, but I can't understand it. Okay, so min, NPC x-axis, player.right, don't go past the rectangle's right side. Max, player.left, don't go before the rectangle's left side. Min, NPC's x-axis, player.right, don't go past the rectangle's right side. Max, player.left, don't go before the rectangle's left side. Okay, I'm trying to get a grasp of it. This gives the closest point on the rectangle to the circle's center. The same idea as bounding a number inside a list, but now it's duty boundary check. Maybe gotta drink some water. Okay, I'll give you a full reference code with rect versus circle collision so you can analyze it fully. So we imported PyGame, imported math, initialized PyGame, setup, clock. Oh, I could just add setup, clock, screen. Okay, caption, player rectangle. Okay, rect NPC. Okay, collision false. Running equals to while running, clock dot take FPS for every event in my PyGame.event. I want to look for a specific event. If my specific type of event is PyGame.quit, my running is going to be false. Player movement, keys to deter. Okay, the basic player movement. Grab the player inside. Oh. Interesting, guys. This says trap player inside. Basically, that should mean... Isn't this like the same as my trapping my player inside with player.y-axis? Player.x-axis. Okay, y-axis equals to maximum 0, minimum player dot... Oh my gosh, I'm understanding this, but I can't understand it. Move NPC at x-axis plus equals to NPC velocity at x-axis, NPC at y-axis plus equals to NPC velocity at y-axis, bounce off walls, that bounces off walls. Okay, get that. Collision detection. We need this as well. Okay, I got like one question that I gotta ask. Closest y, max player left. My player left is my player right. Closest y, max player top, min NPC y player dot bottom. Distance equals to mat dot squared NPC x-axis minus The very breakdown of where everything goes. Player movement before checking trap enemy window immediately after moving. Move NPC and bounce before collision check. Collision detection after moving bounce drawing last line next step I want you okay. Alright. I don't know why I cross my legs. And guys, ignore me if I act a little crazy right now. I'm kinda exhausted. Trying to process this real quick. Trap my players. Copy that. Get Sensei back here. Sensei, what's the difference between my version, which is this, and your version? Excuse me, guys. This is Sensei's version. Copy that, add a bunch of spaces, add a quote. Finally I see exactly where you're stuck. Okay, here's the breakdown. Your version, you check each boundary separately with if statements. It works perfectly fine, no problem, but it's longer and every direction requires a separate line. My version, player.x-axis equals to max 0, min, uses min and max together to clamp the value inside a range per line. How it works, min, this thing, if player is bigger than the right, in essence, functionally both versions do the same thing. Mine is just a Pythonic way to do it in one line. If you want, I can show you the Sensei, I wouldn't mind writing I wouldn't mind writing the longer version since it's easier, but the shorter version uses clamping. I want to understand that. So can you explain me the clamping in detail, question mark? I honestly know that you did multiple times, but it always slips my mind. Dot. I can't get a grasp on it. Question mark. Guys, what are all these typos? Oh, let me change this to that. Oh, actually, there wasn't those many typos. Can't get a grasp on it. I know that I need more practice, but when you give me a instructional based question, I don't know how to use or phrase it. So maybe a broken code to get warmed up, then instructional based questions when I need. Actually, okay. Guys, ignore my typos. I gotta work on my typing. Like, what? I always make so many typos. Okay, to get warmed up. Dots. I don't. I don't know. I just wanna master it. Okay. Alright, listen up. I'm going to make this stick in your head this time. Clamping is basically forcing a value to stay inside a certain range. You don't just check boundaries, you mathematically guarantee the values never leave the min or max you set. Step 1. Understand min and max together. Let's say player.x wants you to move past the right edge of the window 800 width and the player is 550 pixels wide. Okay, player.max 0. Okay, so I have a max. That's 0. Min player.x 800 minus width. Step by step. Okay, step by step. Min player at x-axis 800 minus player at y-axis. I mean player at minus player width. Min. Okay. If player.x-axis is less than 750, keeps player.x as it is. Oh. If player dot x-axis is more than 750, set it to 750 the right edge. Max 0 after min if player.x becomes negative. Went past the left edge. Set it back to 0. If it's already in range, it doesn't change. Result player.x can never go below 0 or above 750. That's clamping. One line guaranteed. I see. Okay, I actually understood that. Step 2. Why it's better than multiple if statements. Less code, less chance to make mistakes. Works perfectly for any variable if you want to restrict speed, health, enemy position. Once you see it, you can apply it anywhere in your games. Step 3. Muscle memory practice. I'm going to give you a broken code for clamping. Your job is to fix it so the player never leaves the window. Okay, your mission. Replace player movements. Fix me, player is leaving the window here. With current clamping, max and min, I want to see you attempt before I show you the answer. Okay. Honestly, I feel like I understood. That was a lot of process. Do I really want to delete all this? Nah, I guess I'll just go here. Maybe here. Let's see what both have. So this has balls that hit boom collide. This has got squares that says boom collide. In that case, I go ahead and create another Python file. Let's go with practice 3. Let's paste the broken code. Oh my. No, I need to add it. Okay. I forgot to add pygame.init and everything. Actually, let me paste this here. Hold up, I don't even need to add that. What am I saying? I already have it here. Let me just delete this. There we go. Okay, this is the exact same thing. I just gotta add player.x and player device. First, let me go with player at x-axis equals to get my legs up, max. Okay, so the maximum value is going to be 0. First, let me write it and then I'll understand it. Then min, my minimum value, how far can my player go? 800, my window size, minus my player.width. Wasn't it player width? It was player.width. Okay, player's x-axis needs to be this. Minimum is my player's x-axis. Okay, hold up, let me go with player.y equals to maximum. Let me start with maximum. Okay, I need to add a player.y as well. So my maximum is 0. Then let me go with let's see, player, actually min. My min is going to be player.y 600 minus my player.height. If I run the command, I'm still stuck. It works, but I do have a question. Okay, I have a question. Alright, let me go here. Copy that. Put Sensei back here. Guys, this feels like one of the most boring streams. Alright, let me paste it at a bunch of spaces and say, Sensei, I got it, but one question. I didn't understand the logic behind the min function, because we did, let's see, we did something. What did we do? We did player.x comma 800 minus player.width. I see what's happening, but I didn't get why did we add a player.x question mark, player.x comma question mark. That didn't make sense to me. Same with player Y. Oh, finally you're hitting the muscle memory phase. Alright, let me break that exact line down so it finally sticks in your brain. Player.x-axis equals to max 0 min player.x-axis 800 minus width. Step 1, look at the min part first. Min player.x-axis comma 800 minus that. Think of min A and B as pick smaller of the two numbers. Player.x, where your player wants to go horizontally, okay, 800 minus players width. The further right your player can go without leaving the window. Now the magic. If player.x is less than 750 min, pick player.x, player moves normally. If player.x is greater than 750 min, pick 750, player stops at the edge. That's why player.x is included. It's the current desired position. You're comparing it with the maximum allowed. Step 2. Look at the max part. Max 0. After min, your values might be negative if the player tries to go past edge. Max 0 says never go below 0. Result, player always stays between 0 and 800 pixels. Think of it like a clamp on a door. The door can slide between two spots. Min stops it from going too far right, max stops it from going too far left. If you want, we can do a tiny hand-on drill where you only write clamping logic for a bunch of players. Okay, bunch of players want to move values so you get it in your fingers, not just your head. Okay, let's say yes sensei, yes sensei. Let me check if I'm audible. Okay, perfect. Hell yes, Art, listen up. We're doing a clamping drill. This is pure muscle memory practice for max and min, so you never forget it. Step 1. Here's a scenario. Imagine a 1D arena that goes from 0 to 10. Your player wants to move to different positions, desired positions. -5, 0, Your task. Clamp each position so it stays on the arena. That means no number can move below 0 or 10. Imagine a 1D arena that goes from 0 to 10. Your player wants to move to different positions. Step 2. You need to do for each POS a desired position. Okay, I didn't learn about the POS. Sensei, I actually didn't learn about the POS function, question mark? No, listen, calm down Vivek. POS isn't a function, it's a variable name I use to represent each position in the list. You can literally call it anything like X value, number, doesn't matter. Here's the breakdown. Desired position. For we position my desired position, clamp equals to max 0, min position, print original position. Clamp position. For position and desired position, loop through each number in the list. Min position is 10. Make sure the number doesn't go above 10. Max 0. Make sure the number doesn't go below 0. Clamped position. This is the safe number inside the arena. Do you want me to draw a little diagram showing you how min and max numbers visually? Honestly, no. Let me just analyze this code. For when we position in my desired position, position represents each number in the list. Clamp equals to max 0, min position 10. Print original position, clamped position. I do want to copy that. Go to here, paste it, and see what happens. Original is -5, original position is -5, clamp position is 0, original position is 0, clamp position is 0. Oh, I want to figure this out so bad. Clamp position equals to, this is like my player's x-axis. My max is going to be 0. It can't go more than 0. Okay. My min is going to be my player's y-axis, comma. My player's y-axis, comma, 600 minus my height. Honestly, let's go with x-axis first. So x-axis minus 800, x-axis comma 800 minus my player's width. So that basically means my player's width can't go beyond 750 pixels. I mean my 750 window pixels. Okay, does that mean that I gotta read this something like this? Player at x-axis max is 0. Min is player at y-axis 800 minus player's width. Okay, I kind of feel like I understand it. Kinda. Player's y-axis equals to max 0 min player's y-axis 600 minus player dot height. Okay, I see. Just curious, what happens if I don't have this in? I need two values. Okay, what if I control C this? Okay, now if I run the command, I know I won't leave this thing. Is that something that I just gotta memorize? Like, okay, that doesn't leave. Okay, I'm starting to get the concept of clamping. Player at x-axis equals to max 0. Don't go beyond 0, which is my left side. Minimum. Player at x-axis 800 minus my player's width, which says on my x-axis don't go beyond 750 pixels. Okay, let me actually confirm if how I'm phrasing it is correct. Okay, let's get Sensei up here. Let me paste it, add a bunch of space. Sensei, let me confirm if I'm reading it the correct way. ... So for the player's x-axis, which is this, let me copy that, add a quote, paste, add another quote, which is this. The way I read it is like this. Let me know if I'm reading it correctly. So max 0 basically means that my x-axis max position is 0, so I don't go beyond 0 pixels to the left. And then my min parentheses, I'm way too lazy to type. Let me copy that. Okay, add a quote, paste it, add another quote, and then my min player 800 basically means that my basically means that my player at x-axis can't go beyond 750 pixels. The reason I added player.x inside my min is because I need two arguments, question mark. And then I set that equal to my player.x, which means my player at x axis Okay, is there anything else that I want to think? Let me drink some water so I could like think more. Okay, then I set that equal to my player.x axis, which means my player at x axis. So my player can't go beyond the right wall, which is 800 pixels, but player can't go beyond 750 pixels because of this line 800 minus my player dot width dot and when I just thought of another way to think about it. Let's see the second way that I thought about it. So if I want to add limits / boundary to objects, if I want to add limits / boundaries to objects, I add the axis of my object, for example x-axis, then set it equal to this formula, which says max 0 ... which means don't let the object go past that pixel. Since it's 0, it means don't let the object go 0 pixels to the left, and for the right I add min player.x-axis, comma my window size, which is 800, minus my player dot width. I add this thing which basically means don't let my object slash player go beyond 700 pixels at the x-axis. And I do that same thing with guys, ignore my typo. I do the same thing with the y-axis. Question mark, dot, full stop. So, was I correct, Sensei? Or do I need to be rephrased? I used 100% of my brain power phrasing this ... I just gotta say, let's say no. Yes, Vivek, you're basically spot on. You just need a tiny tweak in wording, so it's perfectly clear. Let me break it down properly. Player.x-axis equals to max 0 min max 0 comma min player.x-axis 800 minus player's width min player.x-axis 800 minus player.width. Look at these two. Player.x-axis current position, x-axis of the player 800 minus player.width. Farthest right your player can go without leaving the window. Min, choose the smaller of the two. So your player tries to go beyond the wall. This clamps it back. Min, choose the smaller of the two. This is going to be smaller than that. So if your player tries to go beyond the right wall, it clamps it back to 800 minus player's width, max 0. Now, whatever came out of the min step, it can't go beyond 0, so this prevents the player from going past the left wall. Setting it back to player.x, now your player's x coordinate is safely inside the window. So in short, min equals to don't go past the right wall, max equals to don't go past the left wall. And yes, you apply the same logic. Player.y to trap vertically. Your brain power phrasing is insane, Vivek. Just remember, min controls the far edge in one direction, max controls the far edge in the other direction. I got another question, guys. Alright. Alright, Sensei. I got another question. So, this is our code. Okay, let me get the code, copy that, paste it here. And for the min, actually for the max, we choose 0, so our object can't go past 0. So our object can go past 0. And for the min, however, for the min, we did this. Okay, let me add a pair of quotes. We did this. Instead, why didn't we do this? Instead of that, instead of doing that, why didn't we do this? Min 750 or 750. This would avoid us going beyond 750 pixels. The reason we didn't do this is because min needs two arguments at least to find the smallest argument between them. Okay, min needs two arguments at least to find the smallest argument between that. Same goes with max. Didn't we have to do something like this with max as well? Question mark. Like, guys, ignore my typos. Something like max 0 or player dot x 0 minus my, actually not 0, 800 minus my player dot width, player dot negative width actually. Although I don't know if something like player dot negative width even exists, but did you understand what I meant? Question mark. Oh yes, I finally understand what you mean, Vivek. And this is subtle but very important point. Let me unpack it carefully. Your code player.x-axis equals to max 0 min player.x min. You wrote min player.x-axis 800 minus player.width because min always compares two or more values and gives the smallest one. You cannot do min 750 by itself to clamp because min doesn't automatically know what to compare it to. You need to do two things: the current value player.x and the min limit guys, I can't read, know what to compare it to. You need two things: the current value player.x and the limit. Oh, min, my current value, my limit. Okay, so min player.x 800 minus player width, pick the smaller between I am now and I am the furthest. Right, I'm allowed to go. Max, you wrote max 0 because here you want to make sure the player doesn't go past the left wall 0. You don't do max player.x 800 minus player.width because that would allow the player to jump way past the right edge. If player.x axis is greater than 800 minus player.width, the max would just take player.x. In that case, that's why max only is comparing with 2. Max, you wrote max 0 here because you want to make sure the player doesn't go past the left wall at 0 pixels. You don't do max player because that would allow the player to jump way past the right edge. Okay, if player.x-axis is less than 800 minus players width, the max would just take player.x-axis in that case. That's why max is only comparing the 0. I see. Rule of thumb for clamping: max lower bound, minimum current value, upper bound. The inner min stops the value from going too high. The outer max stops the value from going too low. Okay. So your idea of player.negative width doesn't exist, and max.player.x 800, my current value and my upper bound data, would break the logic because max only cares about the bigger number, which would let the player go outside the window. If you want, I can draw a mental diagram. Honestly, guys, I feel like I got a basic idea, but I think that hold up, guys, I gotta sneeze. God bless me, but yeah, I feel like I got a basic idea on this. I do need to get some sleep to process this, because I feel if I get anything more than this, that I'll just forget everything before this. Everything, I'm barely hanging on to it in my brain, so let me actually say. Alright, Sensei. Dot dot dot. I'm actually planning to end the stream right now because I feel like if I learn anything more than this, I won't be able to remember the old stuff. I need to sleep to I need to sleep for my brain to process everything that I've learned so far. Let me just check the okay. And I've been streaming for 5 hours and 48 minutes, so that much should maybe be enough for today. Dot dot dot. Is there anything that you want to say to the viewers? Question mark, guys, ignore my typos. Listen up, viewers. Vivek has been grinding hard for nearly 6 hours straight, smashing through rectangles, circles, collisions, clamping, and all the tiny brain twisting details that makes the game actually work. This isn't just coding, this is building muscle memory for his mind. Remember this, mastery isn't about doing everything at once, it's about sticking with the hard stuff until it sticks. He doesn't just type code, he dissects it, questions it, revoke it, and made it his own. That's how you level up. So, if you're watching, take notes, absorb the method, and respect the grind. Sleep is a part of the process too. Brains need recovery to turn struggle into skill. Vivek, I'm proud of the war you fought today. Go rest, recharge, and come back ready to destroy the next challenge. Your mind sharpening into a weapon. Go on, viewers. Give a mental salute to this decision. Alright, let me go here. Where's my main screen, guys? I can't think. Alright, so, oh, I just realized I wasn't in the center of the screen. That should be good. Okay, alright, guys, so that's basically it. I wanted to actually go longer, but I feel if I go longer, then I'm gonna forget everything I already learned. I do gotta make thumbnails and everything as well, so that's gonna take some more time. Although that aside, if you guys enjoyed the stream, don't forget to like, share, subscribe. Liking helps my algorithm, sharing makes me smile, and subscribing is like a cherry on top. And I'll catch you guys in the next live stream or video. Peace.